All right, I'd like to call the meeting to order for the August 14th, 2018 study session. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
The record will reflect that all members of council are present.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions on the consent calendar? Mrs. Dixon?
Thank you, Mayor. I actually do have a question. Just for clarification, because I do not need to pull this item number 3 related to cost recovery and the fees. From our last meeting, we had a discussion on not increasing the fees for participants in our junior lifeguard program, and I support that. But in the staff report accompanying tonight's item number 3, it says that the fee will remain at $727 until recommended for change by the City Council. My memory, and you could check my memory on this, is that it would be incorporated in the next fee review period, which could be anywhere from 1 to 3 years.
Just real quick, Councilmember Duffield, I'm sorry,
Discuss this.
Mayor Duffield has a conflict related to agenda item number 3 related to sources of income. It doesn't relate to the particular item related to the lifeguards, but I'll probably ask him to just step out while we,
Okay. All right.
Staff answers the question.
Anyway, so Mr. Kiff, I guess my question is to you.
I think we'll make a note to the file and check the file, and that I think my recollection is the same as yours, that the next time any fees are studied, that we'll bring this review back to you.
Yeah, and that's fine. And I just wanted to clarify that. And then another item, number 5, the L policies. Again, I don't want to pull this, or unless someone intends to pull it, but we did receive a...
Just a moment. So Councilmember, I believe Muldoon has a conflict related to item number 5. So I'll ask him to step out.
Yes, good catch. Thank you, Aaron.
Okay.
But Councilmember, I'm sorry, Mayor Duffield can come back.
Okay, musical chairs. So this is directed to you, I guess, Mr. City Attorney. We did receive, or maybe to Mr. Webb, we did receive a letter this afternoon from a party related to a telecommunications company related to the verbiage on a certain policy, and so I haven't had a chance to review it. I just wonder if that's going to be addressed today, or should we review it at another time?
I haven't seen any new correspondence come in, so I'm not sure the exact issue. If it's referring to Title 13, was it referring to Title 13?
From a law firm, McKenzie and Alberton.
I haven't been provided a copy of the correspondence, so I'll have to take a look at it.
Okay, all right. Okay, that's all. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Anyone else up here would like to have any questions answered on the consent calendar?
I was going to ask the same question, actually, that Councilmember Dixon just asked. Aaron, oh, you're holding it. Thank you. Well, that item may need to be pulled to at least discuss the issue. So just anticipate that. Thanks, Aaron.
Yep. Councilman Muldoon back. Councilman Muldoon is coming back. Okay. All right, just to confirm, any other questions on the consent calendar? None? I have none. So I'll move to the first item here, which is a proclamation for the Literacy Awareness Day. And we have a representative here. Cheryl Weiss, is she here? Please come up. You have any comments, or would you like me just to...
I always have comments.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for having us here once again and recognizing Literacy Awareness Day, as you call it, or International Literacy Day. As many of you know who have come to some of our events, this is a wonderful opportunity to show off the amazing accomplishments of our adult learners who are led to their literacy goals through over 120 volunteers in our program. This year in particular is a special year for us. It is the first time we have high school graduates who have gone through Career Online High School and Online High School program. We have 4 people who have completed that successfully. These are people from the ages of 30 to 50 who are now getting their high school diploma because of this program. So I want to thank you for all of the support and the opportunities that this allows.
Great. All right, thank you. So I'm going to go ahead and read this proclamation for Literacy Awareness Day. Whereas the need for a highly literate citizenry is necessary as Newport Beach moves towards an increasingly challenging future. And whereas approximately 10% of the residents of Newport Beach and many of the adults employed within the city are lacking the literacy skills necessary to meet these challenges, and whereas lack of literacy skills, I can't speak, need to go to this class, impacts not only their first lives and their lives of their families, but their ability to work productively and their full participation as citizens, residents, and employees of our city. And whereas Newport Mesa Pro-Literacy Program of the Newport Beach Public Library works with adults seeking to develop their literacy skill to empower them to achieve greater success in their lives at home, at work, and in the community. And whereas Newport Mesa Pro-Literacy hosts an annual International Literacy Day event to highlight the importance of literacy in our society and the great strides that program participants have made. Now, therefore, I, Marshall Duffy Duffield, Mayor of the City of Newport Beach, do hereby proclaim September 13th, 2018 as Literacy Awareness Day in the City of Newport Beach, and urge all my fellow citizens to learn more about the importance of literacy and to become involved with the literacy in our community.
Thank you. And we invite you all to come to International Literacy Day on September 13th at the library.
Get a picture of it.
While they're taking a picture, just for everyone in the audience, Newport Mesa Pro Literacy is a group that's run out of our library, and it teaches adults how to read. It is constantly taking volunteers. It is taught hundreds of people how to read and live more fulfilling lives because of it. If you have any interest in helping out financially, of course they'll take it. But if you want to give of your time and teach folks how to read, and it's a truly rewarding experience, Newport Pro Literacy is a great way to do so.
All right, next item, we have the presentation of a check from the Friends of the Library. Staff have a report, or like to come up? Good.
Good afternoon, Mayor Duffield and members of the council. My name is Natalie. I'm your library services manager. Pardon my voice. I'm very pleased to accept this check on behalf of the Newport Beach Public Library. The funding from our Friends group supports our adult and children's programming, as well as our purchasing of materials for all age ranges. We are very pleased to have such a strong fundraising partner in the city. Thank you.
And I'm Amy Hunt. I'm president of the Friends. This is Catherine Wallach, who's on the board with me, and we're happy to be able to present this check. It looks a little bit different. We usually just do a big mock-up of a total check, and we decided to kind of break it down a little bit where the money's going. And so to the library itself, we gave $175,000, which supports a lot of the programming, especially the children's program, materials, the Lucky Day they started, AV materials. And then we usually give a donation to Cheryl's literacy program through the library. We decided this year to get credit for it and give it right directly to Cheryl. And then for the last part, which is sort of a blank check right now, we're going to be donating money for the CDM branch restoration. Tim and I have been talking about how we can have a presence there in terms of recognition of what we're doing, buying some new materials, and that's still to be discussed. So at the minimum, it'll be a total of $250,000, probably more once we get into the Corona Del Mar. So on behalf of the Friends, an all-volunteer organization, we run the bookstore downstairs. If you've never been there, we'd love to have you come visit. I'm happy to present this to Tim, Natalie, and the rest of the library team.
Okay, let's get a picture. All right, thank you for that. That's wonderful. Now, for a big deal, I'd like to read something to our city manager. And wow, what can you say about all these years? Except thank you, Dave. I'll go ahead and just start. So, whereas Dave Kiff was hired as the assistant to the city manager on January 5th, 1998, quickly became deputy city manager in September 1999, was promoted to assistant city manager April 2001, and was appointed to the city manager on September 12th, 2009. And whereas over the years, Dave has immersed himself in several projects that include Civic Center, Marina Park, airport issues, and the FAA, group homes, water quality and environmental issues, labor negotiations, pensions, budgets, and annexations, including Newport, Coast, and Santa Ana Heights. That's a lot. And whereas Dave has worked with 35 elected city council members and has attended 512 city council meetings, 110 Orange County Board of Supervisor meetings, and 70 Senate local government meetings, all while managing to appear bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. And whereas he is not busy being a city manager, Dave can find avidly exercising, walking his rescue dogs, Oscar and Moby, mountain biking, backcountry hiking, and participating in the pageant of the Masters. And whereas Dave will complete his 20 years of service with the City of Newport Beach on August 31st, 2018, and will be greatly missed by staff, council, and the residents. His hard work, dedication, and contributions have added to making Newport Beach a wonderful place to work, live, and play. Now, therefore, I, Marshall Duffy Duffield, Mayor of the City of Newport Beach, on behalf of the entire Newport Beach City Council, want to thank Dave for his positive influence on our community, wish him well in his adventures in retirement, and do hereby proclaim this 14th day of August 2018 to be Dave Kiff Day. In witness thereof, I have unto set my hand and cause the seal of the City of Newport Beach to be affixed this 14th day of August 2018.
I didn't know it was going to be my day, otherwise I would have said, can I not wear a tie on my day? But let me just say, there's obviously, another day to come, but I thank you very much. That meant a lot to me. It means a lot coming from the seven of you. I very much appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, you're welcome. I wish I could give you, but you have the whole day, so I'm just going to put the whole day in here, and you got it. Okay. So, we'll go to our next item, which is the Newport Heights traffic study. The staff...
So yeah, let me, Mr. Mayor, getting right down to business here, I'll maybe give a little bit of background for the public as to what happens next with a study session item. This is about the Newport Heights traffic study, which hopefully you've been able to take a peek at on the city's website, and if you haven't, that's okay too. How this would work is the staff will give a presentation, and oftentimes the council members will ask questions about it, and then the mayor will open that up to the public, and anyone is welcome to speak. We usually would try to keep to 2 to 3 minutes, kind of depending on the amount of people who wish to speak. And then after that's done, the council members will kind of talk about it and maybe start to gel on some ideas, some parts of the study they might like or dislike. And then we also have this agendized for tonight, and that's because at study sessions, we're not supposed to take a formal action. We can kind of give direction, but not an absolute action. But at tonight's meeting, they could take an absolute action. And so you're certainly welcome to come back tonight. I think that there's a good chance that the council will get a good sense of where they want to be and where you want to be. You'll get a sense of where they are. And maybe it'll be a shorter discussion tonight, and it'll just be the adoption of all or portions of the traffic study. So with that, I'll turn that back to actually, if it's okay with the mayor, I'll turn that over to Public Works for the beginning of the presentation.
Please do, yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor, Council members. Happy to be here tonight to talk about this study. As you recall, this study starts back in June of 2016. We started talking about this. Staff spent a lot of time here tonight. We have Mark Vukoyevich, our Deputy Director, City Engineer, and actually maybe his last meeting is that role because as we know, Mark is being promoted Utilities Director, and Tony Bryan, our Traffic Engineer, to talk about this study with you tonight. So I'm going to turn it over to you folks.
Okay, thank you, Dave. And Dave, very briefly, again, for the public, we have on the agenda, we have a detailed staff report as well as the actual traffic study that's available online. And Tony's going to present a very detailed PowerPoint presentation to you tonight, and that's also available for the public to review after today's meeting, too. One very important point that I want to make is at our last community meeting at Mariners Library, the community requested several additional locations be added to the study, and we added those locations. And two of these locations are on Holly Lane and Margaret Drive. And Councilmember Avery lives within 500 feet of those two streets, so we will not be presenting any information tonight regarding those two streets or discussing those streets. However, if the public would like to discuss those two streets, or if council would like to ask any questions regarding those two streets, and then Councilmember Avery will be excused from the chambers so you can have that discussion since he lives within 500 feet of those two streets. And I'm going to turn it over to Tony, and he's going to be giving us the presentation.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Mayor Duffield, City Council members. This is a neighborhood school traffic study, and I put the emphasis on school because the focus here is the school, and the focus is the area around the schools, and also we were looking at paths of travel for the students as they get to and from the schools, but again, really looking at what's happening around the schools. And this is the study area that we ultimately ended up with. We had 3 community meetings, and at each of the community meetings, when we discussed the study area and the different ideas with the residents, they asked for additional street segments, additional intersections to be added to the study, which we did. So we would expand the scope each time, and then we would start to address and study additional streets. So the light blue there is the initial scope, and then we started to add from there, the pink being the second meeting and the green being the third meeting. So this is a timeline of how we went. The first meeting in July of 16 was actually with a small group of residents with the school district, with police and fire and public works staff, and we started to get an idea of where the community wanted to look at a study and where they wanted to go. The first community meeting in March of 17, we started to get some input from the residents on what they wanted the scope to be. Then we moved into actually starting the school study, and we started collecting the data at the start of the school year in 17. We had a second community meeting in the fall of that year. We started to go over the data we had collected, some of the preliminary observations at the schools. We had the third community meeting in March of 18, and that's when we started to present the preliminary findings and the preliminary recommendations coming out of the study. We then concluded the study, posted it online on the city's website in May, and we notified the public that it was on the city website through emails that we'd received from the public at the meetings, through the neighborhood leaders, through the principals, and through Nextdoor app. And then following that, we mailed individual letters, over 1,000 letters to each of the addresses in Newport Heights, notifying them of today's study session, and then today we've got the study session. So I'll step through the individual schools. This is Newport Heights Elementary, 686 students, and we'll start to get into a discussion of all the number of students in the neighborhood. But Newport Heights, the two photos here on the left is the school parking lot. You'll see it's a typical parking lot for some of the older schools. They're very small, so they can't really handle too much pickup and drop off on site. The picture on the right is 15th Street, adjacent to the school, and there's a lot of activity that takes place on that location of 15th. These are the recommendations that we came out of the study, again, focusing around the school. We're talking about putting in a student drop-off and pickup area on 15th, immediately adjacent to the school. We're adding a crossing guard at the Santa Ana and 15th Street intersection. We're posting no pedestrian crossing signs in the mid-block locations on 15th, and the reason for that being that we're starting to see, or we have seen in observations, a lot of parents and students crossing mid-block in an unsafe fashion to get to the school, and we're trying to organize that. We're trying to direct them to the crossing locations. We're planning to put in a 4-way stop sign at Broad and Catalina. And the second pickup drop-off site that we're looking at putting in is on Santa Ana at the other side of the school as a possible optional pickup drop-off. And this is Ensign Intermediate, 1,230 students. The photo on the left is of the bike rack area. Ensign has a very large number of students that ride to school, probably the largest of any school that I know of in the city. The bike rack there, if you'll notice when you look at the photo, the gate to the rack is actually on the corner itself of Coral and Irvine. So at the end of the day, when the gate opens up, the kids come streaming out of the bike rack into the intersection. They're just heading off in different directions. And so we'll get into one of the proposed recommendations tied to that. On the right is Cliff Drive, adjacent to the school, and this is not an uncommon situation to see double parking, blocking a travel lane, stopping in the bike lane to pick up and drop off the kids. So here are the recommendations for Ensign. We're looking at putting in a pickup drop-off zone on Cliff Drive, which doesn't exist today. It's fully parked. So if we can do that, we can open up that ability of picking up, dropping off, and not blocking the travel lanes on Cliff. We're proposing to add a crossing guard at Coral and Irvine, which is where the bike rack is, and we'll try to organize what's happening there when the kids come out of school on their bikes. Posting signs for pickup drop-off on Coral itself, which actually today a lot of parents use Coral as a pickup drop-off. We'll just be clarifying that. And the bike rack gate, we're proposing to move it from the corner to move it going east onto Coral itself, not too far, maybe 75 feet. And then we'll construct the sidewalk between the new gate location and the intersection, and then the kids will be able to cross at the crossing guard. This will really help to organize what's happening when the kids exit the bike rack at the end of the day. We're looking at a pickup drop-off zone on Beacon Street, which is across from Ensign. And then we're looking at bike lanes, proposing striped bike lanes on Clay Street with the no stopping signs on the south side from 7 to 9 and the north side from 2 to 4. And this is Newport Harbor High School. There's 2,400 students, and on the left is 15th Street near the St. Andrews intersection, and on the right is Irvine Avenue directly in front of the school. On Irvine, there's a well-established long drop-off pickup area, which works very well for the high school. One thing you can notice on the left photo is a lot of kids kind of crossing mid-block and just leaving the school, riders on their bikes, pedestrians as well. That's very typical for what's happening. And if you add up the 3 schools and the total number of students, we're talking about over 4,300 students in the Newport Heights area between the 3 schools. So that presents the real challenge to accommodate that number of students on the streets and organize the activity. And these are the recommendations at Newport Harbor. The first one being to try and work with Newport Mesa School District, and we've had initial conversations before about a redesign of the 15th Street parking lot. We believe that if they redesign the lot, we could pick up maybe 90 to 100 parking spaces on site, which would greatly reduce the congestion. We're looking at posting no stopping signs on 15th at Irvine. That would reduce or eliminate the blocking of a right turn lane, which causes problems. We're talking about placing time restrictions on a few angled spaces next to St. Andrew's Church and on 15th at St. Andrew's intersection itself, and that would be on the south side. Opens up some visibility and sight distance for the students and pedestrians crossing. Adding pedestrian warning signs on 15th between Clay and St. Andrews, again, to alert the public that you have these pedestrians crossing. And then adding a new mid-block crosswalk on 16th Street, adjacent to the parking lot on the north campus. What we're seeing and have seen is a fair amount of kids come out of the north part of the campus and just cross in all different locations and going in different places to get across 16th to go home, either up Dover, predominantly that direction. And then we've got some general improvements for the entire Heights area. And one of the things that we're proposing as a general improvement on Tustin Avenue, we're proposing to post some signs to encourage the parents and students to use the existing sidewalk that's on the west side of Tustin. We're going to upgrade school signs throughout the neighborhood to the fluorescent yellow-green. We're going to work with the school district and each of the individual schools to prepare suggested route to school plans. And once we go through that process, we also would like to continue the educational programs with the schools. We'd like to meet at the schools and have discussions at their school assemblies. We would proposing to update all the school crosswalks to what is called a continental style crosswalk. And it's shown in black and white there, but typically the school crossing is a yellow striped crosswalk. We're proposing to construct infill sidewalks on the west side of Irvine between 15th and 16th. There are a few missing segments of sidewalk. And then continued and active enforcement with the police department. So after the study came out, we started to receive a number of comments from the residents, and there are a lot of different categories here, so I'll step through each one. They clearly, in the public meetings and in comments we received, they wanted to see additional police enforcement. We received a number of comments and have been continuing to receive a number of comments on the Clay Street bike lane. We've gotten comments and requests for sidewalks on various streets in Newport Heights. Requests for additional stop signs throughout the Heights. Some questions about the Beacon Street pickup and drop-off that's being proposed. Concerns about traffic speeds. Requests for additional red curb in various locations, and there has been some discussion about one-way streets. So the police enforcement and the speed counts at the community meetings, again, the residents requested enforcement, and what they were seeing is a lot of stop sign violations, texting, parking violations, speeding, and they wanted to see more enforcement of those actions. We did some pretty extensive collection of speed data on the street segments, over 21 street segments, and the data came back that we were measuring 85th percentile speeds of a range of 25 to 31 miles an hour. So that's the speed that 85 of the vehicles that out of 100 that would be traveling on that street would be going that speed or less. And that's a fairly typical speed for residential streets. And it's also consistent with measured speeds that we've collected over the years and in different previous studies. So based on the speed collection data that we have, the streets would not qualify for traffic calming measures per the council policy L26. All the speed limits are properly posted per state law requirements. So again, we have to follow state law when we establish the posted speed limits. So are a couple of photos of Clay Street during a midday photo. And you can see what Clay Street looks like, and you can see what the parking conditions are on Clay Street. This was just a typical day that we went out and photographed. The Clay Street bike lanes, and the proposal is to have bike lanes and restrict the parking on the south side of Clay between 7 and 9 a.m. and on the north side between 2 and 4. And this comes back to all of the bicycle counts that we collected associated with riders that are going to Ensign. Again, Ensign being the school that has a lot of children riding to school, so this is where we were seeing the cyclists for Ensign that were riding on Clay. And we counted 82 cyclists going towards Ensign in the morning, and they're riding typically on the south side or within the street. And in the afternoon, we're seeing 40 cyclists. Well, there are 40 cyclists between Santa Ana and Tustin, so there's less as you start to progress towards Ensign. In the afternoon, there's 43 cyclists. They're going westbound on Clay back towards Tustin, and 25 west of Tustin. So the predominant route that we were seeing was a lot of children riding down Tustin, getting to Clay, turning, going across Clay to Irvine, and then turning and going down into Ensign Intermediate. As part of the study, we also collected parking counts on all of the streets in Newport Heights. We collected the parking data that showed on Clay Street that it's sparsely occupied between 7 and 6 p.m., and that the striped bike lanes and the parking hour restrictions that are proposed are exactly the same as that exist on Irvine Avenue today. And this is an exhibit from the study that showed what the parking counts were. And again, parking counts change quite a bit in the evening, but this is from your 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. And these counts were all collected not during the time period. There was a big alley improvement project that was occurring. These counts were collected outside of the construction period for the alley. What you can see looking at this is the green segment on Clay Street shows that it's very lightly occupied during the day throughout the period. Some of the other streets, much more heavily parked. 15th Street, much more heavily parked than Clay. And some of the side streets, Fullerton, Aliso, et cetera, have more of a 25 to 75% observation. During the review and comments, we received some requests to add new sidewalks on various streets, and you can see a list of some of the streets: Clay, Santa Ana, 15th, Tustin, Westminster, Beacon, and Irvine. So we've gotten requests to have sidewalks on all of those streets. The study was purposefully silent on the sidewalk issue, and that's because in my experience over 20 years here at the city, every time we've met with the Newport Heights community to talk about traffic issues and if sidewalks came up in the discussion, the residents majority did not support adding sidewalks to the neighborhood. A lot of residents referred to it as urbanization of the Heights. They had concerns that it was taking away what I've heard in the past as a rural feel to the community. And also there are a lot of encroachments along most of the streets, being landscaping, fencing, non-standard mailboxes, paving, et cetera, that are coming out to the curb. And that's predominant throughout Newport Heights. It'd be very difficult to get a continuous sidewalk when you've got a lot of encroachments in the public right-of-way. And also a lot of the students are using existing sidewalks to get to school, and I'll show you a map next about where those existing sidewalks are. So the blue is locations along the different streets where there's sidewalks on both sides of those streets. And the orange is a segment where there's sidewalk on one side of the street. So there are a lot of sidewalks in the area that actually children use and students use to get to and from school. We've received a number of stop sign requests, a lot of requests to add stop signs on Clay Street. And there are 12 intersections between Westminster and St. Andrews. And of those 12 intersections, 8 of those are currently four-way stops. And typically in a grid pattern of streets, which you have in Newport Heights, you would see a stop control every other block. And this is what Corona Del Mar has. If you travel around Corona Del Mar, you typically will see an alternating pattern of stop signs. For the other locations, because there's a lack of accident history and there's low traffic volumes, then those intersections would not meet the warrants for a four-way stop. But we could review individual locations on a case-by-case. And here's a good map to show you the locations throughout Newport Heights where there are 3- or 4-way stop control, and then where there are 2-way. So there are a lot of 3- or 4-way stop controls around Newport Heights presently. And this is Beacon Street near Irvine Avenue, so this is directly across from Ensign. And this area is being used a lot for pickup drop-off currently. A lot of a mix of vehicles, children on bikes, pedestrians in this area. A photo on the right is a good example of the type of encroachment that exists throughout Newport Heights, where you've got some landscaping and some fencing improvements, and that's very common throughout the Heights. So again, Beacon Street, we're proposing a pickup drop-off area with parking time restrictions, the early morning and afternoon time restrictions for that. Again, the mix of bicycles, pedestrians, and vehicles on the street. There's some new homes that are being constructed and have recently been constructed, but there are no existing sidewalks on Beacon. And there is a crossing guard at Irvine and Beacon, so a lot of the children get dropped off and then they cross Irvine Avenue with the crossing guard at Beacon. We have received some comments from adjacent residents that have concerns about parking time restrictions on Beacon. The red curb and one-way streets, we reviewed as part of this study, the focus was 15th Street and the review of red curb and sight distance requirements on 15th. Coming out of the study, all the intersections met the standards for sight distance requirements. And for specific locations and other locations within Newport Heights, we can review those on a case-by-case. One-way streets was brought up in a couple of comments. We did not look at that or recommend it in the study. Again, where we have looked at one-way streets in other parts of the city in the past, like Corona Del Mar, it's been not supported by the majority of residents. There's really not a lot of backing for that. And it's primarily because a lot of people see it as inconvenient. It forces drivers to take a longer route to get to their destination, possibly confusing. One-way streets can increase the speeds, and they can also shift traffic volumes to the other streets. So essentially, that's the covering of the study, if you have any questions and comments.
Thank you. That's quite a study. Well, I don't see any up here, so I'd like to go out to the public at this time. Are there any people like to make comments on this item? Please come up.
Time to go? Hello, I'm Gina Sarita, live on Riverside. I've been part of the conversations for the past couple of years on all this bike safety focus. I think you guys are finally really narrowing it down. I loved all the recommendations around all the schools. I'm just sincerely hoping, because you're going to get all kinds of pros and cons, I just sincerely hope that you move forward and start executing some of these plans, because there's so much chaos in the Heights, particularly on Clay. And I think the counts of kids that were noticed up there, it's the only thing that seemed wrong. It seemed that there's a lot more kids that are being noticed there. There's skateboarders, there's kids wandering around, not sure which route to take, and then the bicyclists, which are most being focused upon. but it's just chaos. So I'm just really strongly hoping you guys make some plans, stand behind it, and get things executed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Nancy Turner. I've lived on Irvine Avenue for over 50 years. I've taught with the school district for 50 years this year. This has become very, very, very difficult where we live. First of all, I do not know what has happened to Ray's school, but when they closed Ray, and that was a junior high school, and they brought them over to Ensign, then we had a whole new bunch of people come in. They have, Estancia High School could go from 7 through 12. I do not know why the school district doesn't start putting 2 and 2 together. You put the west side, let them go to school where they live. When those kids come across the 55, they go down Clay, there's 4 or 5 in a row. I drive, try to get around them. You can't get around them. You have parents all coming down Clay. It's like a freeway all the time. Those kids that live over on the other side should be going to school over on the other side. Estancia can be 7 through 12. I still substitute there. That school is not that filled. You could let those kids go to school in their neighborhoods. They should remove the portables from Ensign. From what my understanding was many years ago, those portables were supposed to be removed, that they were illegal, and they're still there. As long as you allow the school district to continue to have more children come to the area, you're never going to have any help. All these signs and everything, it's not going to cut it. The caps should be lower in each school. You have way too many kids in Ensign and too many at Harbor. They don't live here. We know they don't live here. And there's nothing we can do. But if you lower the caps, then you cannot add any more children to those schools. When they have the assemblies that they have when school starts, I don't know if they really go through the proper etiquette of how to live in a particular neighborhood. We have children come all the time, walk all over our grass, sit on our grass, bring their lunch, wait for their mothers. Now the mothers all picked up all last June. There were mothers all over my street on Irvine Avenue. I live right across from the bikes. And the mothers all park their cars, and they all get out of their cars, and they all chit-chat waiting for their kids. So they're all standing on all of our property that we're trying to keep fairly okay so the neighborhood looks nice. I don't think that Ensign, I don't know about Harbor, I used to work at Ensign. I don't know if Ensign goes through all the details of the proper etiquette when you come into a neighborhood. I do think that they could also discuss having a carpool with these parents when they come to the meetings at the end of August, 1st of September, of how the parents could carpool. They don't carpool. One mother comes, she picks up one kid. She runs them over to the art class, she runs them out to soccer. You know, when the school district dropped the art program, the home ec program, all the programs they dropped, now the parents are all paying for them. We've just changed all the money from one way to the other. So all the parents now, they pay outside. So there's a lot of things the district could do. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Human Isan. I live on the corner of Irvine and Beacon, so ground zero of that. I think that your assessment, while very useful and provided a lot of accurate information, missed a couple of facets. One, I just note that the study was completely silent on alleyway traffic. A lot of the parents cut through the alleyways between Clay and Beacon. In fact, so much so some of them just will block the back of our garage and not move for extended periods. I have them on video, but they claim this public street they can stop if they want. That creates a problem. Second, it is quite clear from just my observation, and I think the study bore this out, that the vast majority of the pedestrian traffic uses Beacon. I believe the numbers were 70% of the pedestrian traffic, where most of the bicyclists use Clay and then Irvine. Well, if you're going to have a drop-off and pickup zone on Beacon, where you have cars coupled with the vast majority of the pedestrian traffic, that is a recipe for disaster, as is essentially, as I think the prior person noted, a wall of 6 or 7 kids wide blocking 3/4 of the street walking down. And so if you're having people use that street as a drop-off, you're just going to create more congestion. I would suggest that restricting perhaps parking to one side of Beacon, thereby opening up the rest of the street, and really forcing Beacon to be the main pedestrian walkway, because the gate to the school is directly across Beacon. When Beacon ends at Irvine, that's the entryway to most of the kids enter the school from, thereby avoiding essentially there's a three crosswalks there, two on Irvine, one on Beacon, and if everyone is crossing while cars are trying to go down Beacon, make a left, make a right, you essentially have cars trying to cross between children. Even with the traffic guard there, it creates a mess. It would be better just to create a flow of pedestrians that can go straight across Irvine and walk into the school without any interruption. That would make it much safer. And I will note, I don't have the history of the portable buildings there, but it would be useful to make an official drop-off area within the Ensign School. They certainly have the space for it, and they're building additional portable buildings, but to have an inset semicircle where people can come in, drop off their kids, and pick up, that would actually make life a lot simpler. And I will finally note that if currently Irvine is blocked to traffic from 7 to 9, this proposal is for Clay to be blocked. If Irvine is also not allowed to have parking from 7 to 9, where are people going to park? You're essentially taking a 4-block group and forcing those people at least 3 to 4 blocks away from their homes from 7 to 9, and again between 2 and 4. That's going to actually create much more congestion as people are trying to move their cars around. I know it's sparsely parked, but those cars adding to the movement, and I can just say from my house in the picture, there were several cars parked there, and there's regularly people parked there. So at the very least, perhaps changing it to a permit parking for residents to try to give them an opportunity to move their cars off of Irvine to one of the side street. Hence my suggestion that maybe one side of Beacon be available for parking. Thank you.
Good timing. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Murphy McCann, resident of the Heights for many years. I wanted to just say, first of all, thank you very much for making it this far with the study and everything that you guys have done in the neighborhood. I know that the sidewalk on the south side of 15th across the street from the high school also just went in. It's a great improvement, and I wanted to give you my thoughts on the work that's been done. It may step on some of the things that have been said. I'm going to try to keep my comments not to be repetitive to anybody else's, but just to start in, the enforcement of the traffic laws is a big one. Speeding and distracted driving is a huge problem in the Heights. Enough said there. One thing that wasn't mentioned was that I think it would be useful for kids to be communicated to clearly and to have it in the city laws that it is okay for kids to ride their bikes on sidewalks to and from school. The message is confused for kids. A lot of parents have a strong sense that it's the right thing for kids to be able to be separated from automobile traffic when they're going to school. And again, it wasn't mentioned in here. It's useful to make that part of your agenda for this overall safety initiative that's going on. Education for students, that's been said many times. I completely agree. And then there are infrastructure improvements. You mentioned a number of them in the study, and again, I love that we're moving forward with a lot of these things. It really is heartening. But I would say that there are a number of things that should be considered in addition. Tony mentioned them in his PowerPoint, where there are a number of critical points where stop signs, sidewalks, or some other way to separate kids from the traffic are really critical. These are high traffic areas, maybe that weren't covered by the timeframes that were considered in the study. Just a quick one would be a 4-way stop at, if you can imagine, Kings and Cliff when you come up the hill. That hill is actually, it's a big workout facility actually for the high school kids. In the afternoons, it's flooded with cross-country runners. Any sport that needs strong legs, all those kids have run up and down that hill. And when you have an uncontrolled stop or intersection at the top there, I think with the visibility and everything, it makes stuff difficult. I would also say that if you look at literally the block adjacent to Newport Heights Elementary, there was no mention in the study of doing any kind of sidewalk on Santa Ana, south of 15th. Now, if you've ever been to that street, it's very wide. In fact, they block it off and have, hundreds of thousands upon thousands of people on that street for Halloween every year. It's very wide. It's very easy to accomplish for the city. You wouldn't have any problem with the encroachments that Tony mentioned. And those, sorry, in my last speech to you guys, I was only a minute and a half, so if you could, if you could give me an extra minute, I would just say that there are a number of additional things that I think should be looked at more closely. They are supported either by data that's been reported in the study or by things that I've heard in the neighborhood. And if you were to ask people that are closer to the situation, you would find that a lot of them are indeed warranted. Just to remind you, we are doing this for the kids. One thing related to that is that a lot of the parents you won't find here today. I've come on behalf of many of them because they have jobs. They're dual income families that you probably don't hear from a lot. So for the 4,000 plus students in the neighborhood, just consider that their voice isn't always quite as loud at these events. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Since everyone's using all 3 minutes, which is fine, great, there are a bunch of empty seats up here. If you'd like to sit instead of standing the whole time, please just be welcome to sit up here, and you won't lose your place to speak. That'd be great. So anyone who wants to speak back there, please come up here. Sorry, go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor Duffield, members of the City Council. My name is Connor Best. I'm a lifelong resident of Newport Beach and a homeowner in Newport Heights, at Aliso and Beacon. And I was very concerned about this traffic study and some of the suggested changes. However, I am fully supportive of all the staff's recommendations today. And I want to thank city staff for their hard work and for finding a good compromise of all the elements suggested in the study. I don't think it's prudent to put stop signs, four-way stops at every intersection, or add, sidewalks at every street. But I think they've found a good compromise today, and I'd like to thank them for that. And thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello to the City Council. My name is Catherine Anderson, and I live on Clay Street, but a little bit, not really included in the traffic study for the parking issues. Children and safety are the number one importance to all of us in Newport Heights, and we have missed some of these community meetings. I guess we were not on the mailing lists, even though we live on Clay. And apparently the Newport Heights Neighborhood Association that was supposedly sending emails, it does not exist as far as we know. Nobody has contacted any of the neighbors on Clay, and I've talked to at least 50 of them. So we weren't part of any of the meetings to give any input. And I think that's an unfortunate, regrettable situation, because we were not allowed to have a voice in some of these conclusions that were made. The traffic study contains some excellent information and suggestions, with the exception of turning Clay Street into a bike corridor. Frankly, this is putting lipstick on a pig. We cannot, if you add in all the extra studies that have not been noted, when you have a Class 2 bike zone, you have to have sidewalks in order to for them to be safe. Otherwise, you have these marked off areas, and you have pedestrians, skateboarders, bikers, baby buggies, everything all in the same lane. It's dangerous, and I don't think, I think that the state of California recommends against that at this point. So we would need sidewalks. If we can't do sidewalks, we need to do a feasibility study, and I can tell you that if you were to do that along Clay Street and put in sidewalks, it would be tens of millions of dollars to do so because of the impediments. But otherwise, we have to have shared level 2 zone parking It's going to removing the cars. Many, many articles have been written about if you widen the street in this way on a crowded area, you're going to have faster traffic, speeded up traffic, and lots more accidents. In addition to that, we have there are more cars on Clay Street than on 15th Street, according to the traffic study. So we now, and it's also the major corridor for construction traffic. So now we're going to have faster cars, more cars, and problems parking as well. Plus, in those bike lanes, we have kids that do not know how to ride bikes. We have pedestrians, etc. Anyway, I urge you to consider not implementing the Clay Street level 2 zone parking, bike zone.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Kevin Healy, and I live at 464 Santa Ana Avenue. I've lived there for the last 22 years, and while my address is on Santa Ana, my front door is on Clay Street. We live on the corner and have seen just about all you can imagine when it comes to student safety, and this is about student safety. Our antique neighborhood is over 75 years old with charming homes and beautiful landscaping. In fact, it's rumored that Ozzie and Harriet live just down the street, and Father Knows Best is just a couple of blocks away. The point is, our neighborhood is a neighborhood, and bike lanes do not work here. To date, our neighborhood has been impacted with mini mansions, fast cars, with minimal policing, if any, a traffic circle project that has been abandoned, and of course, there's always Halloween, because we're party central, and my wife and I last year passed out 1,600 pieces of candy. We're right there on the corner. So, over the years, we have seen how students have come and gone down Clay Street. 10 to 20 years ago, the majority of the kids walked. 5 to 10 years ago, they rode bikes, and today, the truth is, very few do ride bikes. I think the traffic counts are very, very exaggerated. Now they use skateboards and scooters and birds and electric bikes, as well as student pedestrians. And these bike lanes are now going to be a very high risk, high liability situation. The point I'm trying to make is that kids are constantly changing, and the use of a bike lane is 5 to 10 years too late on Clay Street. Walking students, skateboards, scooters are now the preferred means of transportation, and with a bike lane in place on Clay Street, they can reach up to the speeds of 10 to 12 miles an hour. With bikes and cars, especially early in the morning, this is a very high-risk situation, and thank God there have been no fatalities thus far. With 90% of the kids going to Ensign Junior High, these younger kids at ages 12 and 14 are not going to be safe. As for high school kids walking down Clay Street, they're virtually non-existent. Just ask my 2 daughters, it's just not a cool thing to do anymore. The point I'm trying to make is a bike lane on Clay is a very poor misapplication to student safety. A bike lane would actually become a fast track where kids on bikes, scooters, and skateboards would dominate the lane at the expense of other students, with future accidents just waiting to happen. And my third point, the neighborhood was never designed to handle this kind of simultaneous neighborhood activity. Car traffic, bikes, scooters, pedestrians, neighbors walking their dogs, lawn and gardening services, 2-income families driving off to work. All at the same time, really? In this 75-year-old neighborhood, what I'd strongly suggest is that more emphasis, more work, more details, more specifics be made with the result of more studies. It is just not a complete picture of what is actually going on in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Hold the applause, please. Next speaker.
Hi there. I have a 3-page excerpt from the bicycle master plan. Is it appropriate to hand that out? Good day, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Charles Klobe. I'm a resident of Newport Heights for over 27 years, and this is the second time that I've personally addressed the council. This is largely due to my general satisfaction with the way things have been handled, and addressing you personally was not necessary. Thank you, Dave. The first time I came here was in support of the utilities undergrounding in Newport Heights. I was on the losing side of that argument, but I thought city staff handled the process admirably, with everybody informed fairly by the city staff. I'm here for the opposite reason tonight. I feel the staff recommended addition of bike lanes, restricted or no parking, and possibly sidewalks on Clay has been handled poorly. While staff have stated that they were only implementing previously approved components of the Bicycle Master Plan from 2014, I believe they were reacting to demands from a few parents who aspire to change the character of our neighborhood to something much less desirable to the majority, and I believe less safe for all. No current member of the City Council was a party to the Bicycle Master Plan, and few, if any, residents of Newport Heights know exactly how it impacts them. It's time to revisit the plan with an eye toward today's reality of how people are moving around. The first paragraph on page 66 of the section defining bicycle boulevards says, bicycle boulevards are generally defined as low-volume, low-speed streets that have been optimized for bicycle travel using treatments such as traffic calming, traffic reduction, signing, and pavement markings, and intersection crossing treatments. I cannot see how Clay Street or Tustin Avenue meet those criteria in any given way with the traffic volume there. Later on page 68 it says, since no bicycle boulevards exist today, it is recommended the city study the feasibility of bicycle boulevards, including public outreach to the community where the improvements are proposed. I can assure you that the residents on Clay Street and the cross streets do not feel there has been any outreach by the staff regarding this particular issue. Posting on social media about an upcoming town hall meeting is no way to truly engage the bulk of Newport Heights residents. The one letter that was mailed, at my direct insistence, was so innocuous that most people ignored it. This just doesn't constitute outreach. This brings me back to the argument of process. I know the staff is capable of following an effective engagement process, as I witnessed it during the undergrounding debate. What I witnessed here looks like an attempt to railroad a preordained decision to add bike lanes and restrict parking without engaging the community where the alleged improvements are proposed. Additionally, the state-mandated requirement for accessory dwelling units was not contemplated when the Bicycle Master Plan was approved in 2014. This alone will impact parking in Newport Heights, as the lots are at least 5,000 square feet, and many older homes could easily choose to add an ADU without providing on-site parking. Page 91 of the Bicycle Master Plan says it should be updated every 5 years, and the project prioritization updated annually to adjust the recommended facilities list and programs. I request that the city stop implementing the obsolete 2014 Bicycle Master Plan, at least in Newport Heights, until it is updated to reflect the realities of today and, ideally, considering the possibilities for tomorrow. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Hold the applause, please. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. Just so you know, I'm pro the safety plan, so I don't want anyone to be unsure or not positive of where I'm coming from. And gosh, doesn't it seem like a great time for all of you up there listening to countervailing points of view about a single issue? My name's Peter Boyd. I live at 505 Santa Ana Avenue. That's 1 block north of Clay Street. And I am here to voice my support for the adoption of the recommendations contained in the Newport Heights Neighborhood School Safety Traffic Study. As a 15-year resident of the Heights and a father of a student at Newport Heights and Ensign who travel city streets daily to and from school, junior lifeguards, sports practices, and visits to friends, it is clear that changes need to be made to create an environment that fosters a safer way for non-motor vehicle traffic to navigate the Heights. The report notes, and previous speakers have mentioned, that they have some concerns about limiting parking. Having grown up and spent the first 30 years of my life down on the Balboa Peninsula Point, I am well aware of concerns about parking and the impact it can have on residents. I believe that a possible solution would be to just exclusively have parking on either the north or the south side of Clay Street. As you may or may not know, the school hours are kind of inconsistent. The 7 to 9 and the 2 to 4, I don't think would address all of that. And I think by having those type of hours, you are forcing residents to move their cars on a daily basis. And I think that's a hardship that could be avoided by just exclusively having parking on one side, bike lanes on the other. I also know from walking my dog every morning that the number of cars on Clay, if you combine both sides of the street at like 5 in the morning when I'm out there, it doesn't seem like there is so many vehicles on the street that just limiting it to one side would not be able to meet the needs that are presently there. So I thank you for your time. I know this is a difficult issue to make a decision on. Obviously, depending on where you are in your lifespan and what your family situation is, you're going to have a different perspective on this. I think anything that we can do is a step in the right direction, and I would, again, encourage you to adopt all of the recommendations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. This is my first time at one of these meetings. I just wanted to voice my perspective as a mother who lives in Newport Heights with 2 children going to Ensign next year. At the end of last year, when I was trying to take my kids to school along Clay, driving down Clay, I live on Catalina, it was so congested with kids, like everyone is saying, on skateboards, bikes, and walking. It was fearful for me as a mother because I was afraid. In fact, one kid, kind of darted out and his elbow almost hit the side of my car. And I'm sitting there thinking, I'm open to exposure. This kid's going to get hurt. Alternatively, I'd love for my children to be able to bike to school. I moved to the community because we have such great schools. And I wanted them to be able to have that experience. I'm afraid to let my kids bike down Clay because of the cars. So I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place. I can go all the way around Cliff Drive, and sometimes I do that. But I don't know what the answer is. I don't know if it's sidewalks. I don't know if it's a bike lane or the last suggestion about having people park on one side. But it's untenable right now. It doesn't work. I also think it opens the city of Newport Beach to exposure. There's going to be an accident there. It's just a matter of time. And I'm an example of somebody who was almost in one of those. So I just wanted to lend the perspective of a mother who's grappling with how to get her kid to school less than a mile away from her home because of these issues. So I fully support your plan, and I appreciate everything you've done. Thank you.
Thank you. For first time, that's pretty good. You should come back. Points well made. Any other speakers? Please come up.
Good afternoon. My name's Jay Rudder. I'm a lifetime resident of Newport Beach. I live on the corner of San Bernardino and Clay, and I have for the last 15 years. My kids are now grown, but they did go to Newport Heights, Ensign, and Newport Harbor. I've watched almost everything happen right there, specifically on the corner where I live. It's the gateway to Newport Heights Elementary. And the parents come, they're late to school, and they come flying around that corner, and I've almost been hit numerous times, and actually my mirror did get ripped off of my truck by that exact situation. One reason that we did purchase in the Heights was the rural area and everything. We liked that, and we liked the way it all was. And as a parent, when our kids were getting to the age where they had to ride their bike or whatever, go to school, we sat our kids down, we educated them on what route and how they should get there and what we thought as a parent would be the safest. Not that they always abided by our rules, but we did that. I watch every single morning these kids riding their bicycles in packs and running the stop signs, the parents on the cell phones, the speeding up there. It seems like a very more logical situation, and I know many people have said it would be to kind of enforce the laws in place already and try and educate these bikers, whether it's in school and give tickets to the parents on their cell phones or the distracted drivers. It seems like a higher police presence would be a really good start to this program instead of just inconveniencing the neighborhood, saying, hey, you know what, we're going to do away with the parking on Clay Street and put in the bike lanes. Like I said, one reason I moved there and moved on the corner was the fact Clay Street was open for parking and for guests and any other, I have kids, they park there and for all that as well. I think another thing that's been highly overlooked is the starting times of the schools. Each one of those schools, Newport Harbor starts at 8, Newport Heights starts at 8, and Ensign starts, I believe, at 8:05. So, and trust me, in the neighborhood from about 7:45 to 8:10, the neighborhood is crippled in cars. I think to the point where you can't even move out of there to get out of the neighborhood, is even if I'm not trying to go by the schools. So I think that's something that should definitely be looked at, and maybe stagger and reduce the traffic over time while they're up there, instead of having all the traffic happen at one time. I think the other thing is, we could try and divert some of the traffic to some of the other streets. It makes logical sense that 15th Street, it goes right by the Heights. It goes right into Newport Harbor High School. It makes logical sense that that's a better place to make this happen. The other thing, a concern, if we rid the bike lanes, if we rid the parking and open it all up to the bike lanes, the people are just going to drive faster. There's more room. When the cars are passing each other, you almost have to slow down a little bit because there's not enough room to speed by. You might get in an accident. In any event, I just think that this is some more should be looked at a little bit better just before implementing this, because I really don't think that's the answer. And just to inconvenience the residents that live along Clay Street along the way without doing proper education and to the students and studies of how to best resolve this is probably a better situation. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Scott Barnard. You have the handout. By way of introduction, thank you, Brad, for your work in meeting with the community. Staff had to figure out how to do this, it's called a traffic study, but it really isn't traffic we're dealing with. It's really bikes, pedestrians, razors, skateboards, kids that are barely moving on their bike, kids that are racing on their bike, kids being towed by a bike on their skateboard. It's all over the place. I went to Ensign. I went to Newport Harbor High School from 70 to 77. My kids went to those schools from 02 to 11. I have lived at 510 Tustin Avenue for 32 years, since 1986, when we all had detached garages. We didn't have fences onto the alley. The fence to my neighbor, Ken Gardner, was 3 feet high, chain link. It was a very simple neighborhood. So I've watched the change in mode of the way we all went to school. When I was a kid, the last thing you'd want to do is get dropped off by a parent. Some rode the bus. I rode my bike from the peninsula to all these schools. My kids would walk if they needed to go down to the sail or surf or something right after school. They would drive to make a quicker trip there. But I've watched the changes. I think the study's great, everything it's talking about, with the sole exception being this Clay Street bike lane. And I think it's a misguided piece, and I'll explain why. The study, I think, loses the forest for the trees a little bit. The traffic that comes from inland, 17th Street, Irvine Avenue, so forth, has to get down to Coast Highway, and it does it at Dover. It winds its way through to get down onto Riverside. It comes mostly through Tustin. It comes from Irvine over, at the high school, but it weaves its way through the neighborhood to get to 15th and Tustin, or over one more to get down onto Coast Highway. So Tustin is a relatively busy street. When you put the bike lane on east-west leg of it on Clay, I think you've put it there without any sidewalks. And given all the modes of the way we see these kids operate, I think that it's better to put that up onto 15th where you've got sidewalks and connect it to the two schools that are on 15th, and it's then connected to the bike lane that you've already got on an hour, time of day use on Irvine, where there are two schools. And so, as my table here lays out, we're exacerbating the problem by spreading it out to other streets and creating more chaos, because now you've got, where does the walker go that's on Clay? There's no sidewalk. Where does the kid that's going slow on his bike, talking to the kid that's on the skateboard. You've moved the chaos all over the neighborhood. If you do it like we would normally do and put all the bike lanes and sidewalks in one area where they can slide, depending on their speed or who they want to talk to, over onto 15th, then it connects to everything. Right now, if you put it on clay, all those crossings have no crosswalks. So if you watched once school starts again and get past the first week of chaos and you look at what happens as an example at Clay and Tustin, there's no crosswalks, there's no sidewalks, so now you put a bike lane in there. And I'm saying they come down Tustin on both sides of the street because, again, you got two side by side and they're going slow. So I think you're better off to move it for the reasons outlined in this table. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Joe Martelli. I live on the corner San Bernardino and Clay, across from Jay Rudder that was in here talking a few minutes ago. And I moved here 3 years ago, bought a house in one day, and never dreamed that the herds of pedestrians during the traffic time of school in the morning, and one thing's the cars with the elementary school, and that is what it is. It's only a short period of time, but I've witnessed for 3 years the kids coming up and down that street, in the middle of the street, skateboards out of control. A bike lane isn't going to solve that problem. We need to study this more. You need to, and most of the kids are going right through Newport Heights and on the other side of Catalina. And this is something that I think is important to resolve. I agree with the studies, the stop signs. You got to please people, adults. The kids is difficult to police. Stop signs and things of that nature will slow down the cars to keep major accidents from happening. That's where the focus needs to be. The problem with these kids down the street, if you put a bike lane in, it's not going to do anything without sidewalks. And I'm not an advocate of sidewalks either, but I think you need to take more time. I just found out about this 2 weeks ago. I've been out of the country. I wasn't aware of it. Thank God I signed a petition and my neighbors alerted me to the fact. I'm in agreement we got to do something on Clay with pedestrians. But I'll tell you, a bike path and no parking is not going to solve the problem. The kids do not give any respect to cars. They're disrespectful to the neighborhood. And it's unfortunate, but it's got to be policed in a different way. It's not going to, the bike lanes aren't going to solve that problem. You're talking 80 bikes on Clay, 40 coming back. That's less than 5% of the kids that go to that junior high school. 5% of the kids we're going to take away parking and bike lanes. I think you need to study it more. And that's my recommendation, okay? I'm all for safety and all the stop signs and everything, but you really need to take a harder look at this. Thank you.
Thank you. Great. Next speaker, please.
My name is Rowan Jacobs. I live at, somebody mentioned Ground Zero before. I'm at Clay and Tustin, so you want to talk about Ground Zero. We moved here about 3.5 years ago from Corona Del Mar, where I grew up. First, I would love to invite anybody here to come sit in my front yard in the morning during the school hours and watch the unbelievable, unorchestrated, chaotic mess that goes on with the kids. The reason nobody has died or been hit is because everybody is so aware of how bad it is, they tiptoe through the intersection in the cars. The bicycles don't care. They come both sides. Street, they make a left from the left side. The right side is just unbelievable chaos. And I really, come sit there for a day. Come any time of the day and just watch the cars that run the stop signs and speed going eastbound on Clay because there's no stop sign. It's unbelievable. I'm going to back up to Scott's topic of the traffic coming down. These are my notes I was going to show everybody, but I'm not sure it's going to work. The traffic filters down. There's in the morning, there's 82 bikes that are going eastbound on Clay Street from Tustin. 40 of those bikes come above 15. But just
Ms. Rowan, if you're not on the mic, the people at home can't
They
hear
come
you.
down, okay, 44 bikes come down from 16th, 15th, down to Clay Street. There's 46 bikes that make a left onto Clay. There's 39 that are driving eastbound from Westminster, Santa Ana. Santa Ana, there's 5 bikes going eastbound. That grows to 39. We get a magical 10 that we're going westbound on 15th that filter down. If you were to take those bikes and put them on a bike lane on 15th where you already have a sidewalk, which is much safer for the pedestrians. And by the way, in the count, Tony, I don't know if it was on purpose or not, but in the count of bicycles, did you include skateboards in the bike count? So we'd like to know how many of those bikes are skateboards, because you've got those mixed in there, which is a little bit of a cluster. Anyway, so what I propose, if you put a bike lane on 15th from Irvine or from Tustin only over, you're going to take 62 bikes off of Clay and cut the volume by 70%. These kids can now go down eastbound on 15th with sidewalks. It's a 3-foot wider street, so they've got a bigger bike lane. Now they can make a right down Irvine where there's already a bike lane and sidewalks, and they've got a crossing guard there. And I've talked to 2 traffic engineers, world class, and one of the things that came up is there's a pinch point wherever a car parks in a bike lane. On Irvine, if a car doesn't obey and they park there in the no parking zone during the 2-hour time period, the bikes don't want to go around that on Irvine. There's a lot of traffic there. So if they enforce everything and keep the cars out of the no parking zone on Irvine, you've got a much cleaner route for the cars to go, or the bikes, I'm sorry, to go on 15th and down Irvine where they've got the bike lanes. It's a much safer route. You take the traffic off of Clay quite a bit. And I know I've got 3 minutes, a couple other points and I'll leave. There's a lot more traffic on Clay than there is on 15th right now because they're driving traffic onto Clay Street. The 15th Street School, that divider they put in there, is people are turning left and coming back on Clay. We have more trucks on Clay because there's no truck signs all over the Heights, east and westbound, except for Clay going eastbound. So there's a whole laundry list of reasons why, if you have to put a bike lane in, do it on 15th, safer venue. And if you decide not to do any bike lanes, another option that nobody's brought up is maybe look at a shared bike lane, which is a Sharrow, which is another option.
Great.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
I have 3 handouts. Hello, my name's Nancy Scarborough. I am, like many others here, a longtime resident of Newport Heights, and I've raised 3 boys that went to all 3 schools, the elementary, junior high, and high school. My home is on the corner of Tustin and Clay, like Rowan, back to Kitty Corner. I emailed you previously regarding my opposition to the addition of the bike lanes, parking restrictions, or sidewalks on Tustin or Clay. I don't support anything that increases the urbanization of the Newport Heights area. I do agree with many of the other safety issues and stop signs and crosswalks and crossing guards. I think that's great. The bike lanes are my issue. Living at that location, it's kind of an epicenter for auto traffic, bike traffic, motorized transportation, pedestrians. It kind of gives you a really good insight into what happens in the morning, mostly in the morning. It's kind of a dance, and some of it is not covered in the report. I have called it organized chaos in the previous email that I sent out because it does sort of work. It slows everything down, and people just get along, generally. The kids are a little out of control, but the parents seem to make up the difference. I would like to draw attention to another aspect that is not really previously discussed until today when I saw Tony's report. And that is, well, earlier Charles Klob questioned the engagement of the affected residents by staff in the anticipation of the recommendations to add the bike lanes. One of the myths that is thrown around is that the available parking on Clay Street is sparsely used and will not be missed. This is derived from the traffic study, which Tony put up on the board
short time ago, and then that's the first piece of paper that I handed out. The chart shows 1 to 3 cars per block on Clay between Santa Ana and Irvine. Page 24 of the traffic report, which is the second document, shows the dates when the traffic counts were taken. Traffic count began on Friday, September 8th, and again on Tuesday, September 12th. The third document there is the Newport Heights Alley reconstruction schedule. You'll notice that on Sunday, September 10th, 2017, the city instructed the alley contractor, No Best, to post signs on every lot on Clay between Santa Ana and Irvine, restricting parking for the week of September 11th. That was the first week of the alley construction. The sign said no parking 7 to 5:30 for the entire week. Everyone who lives along Clay remembers these. We all had to find places to park our cars, walked quite a ways to get to our homes. We all wondered and thought it was odd that they would restrict the parking on that street for the entire street while they were just working on alleys on 2 sides of Clay. When we questioned city staff at the site, we were told it was because they were doing a traffic study during that week. It seemed odd that we were forced to not park on Clay during the week, the exact week that the parking count was taking place. In later weeks, they changed the parking signs to only address streets on 2 sides of each alley for the week that the construction was being done. Virtually all the parking data occurred during the alley reconstruction project. As I said before, the process of evaluating parking to be restricted for the addition of bike lanes on Clay was flawed and should either be tabled permanently or postponed until the other issues have been addressed. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is John Blum, and I've lived in Newport Beach for about 40 years. Recent 8-year resident of the Heights, but I don't want to steal the thunder of the Clay Street people because they seem to have a pretty legitimate argument. My area is a little bit more precise or limited. I live on Gary, a street that wasn't, it's a small street, small cul-de-sac on the board up there, 15th and Gary Place. And I have a problem with the fact that my wife and I have had numerous near misses of hitting children on that intersection because the site restrictions are very limited. We can't see when we come up to the stop sign there, we can't see to the right looking down 15th or looking west on 15th. I don't really understand the traffic safety visibility area document that I looked up on the website of the city because I was told by Tony Bryan that the site at that location is within regulations, but it doesn't really conform with what is printed, the sheet that I printed out, that there, you draw a line, you draw a square at 15 feet square on each side of the property at the corner, and then you bisect that through the person's property, and you have to have a visible sight looking through there. It also says that fences at that location are supposed to only be 30 inches high, shrubbery 24 inches. That seems to be a violation in lots of instances, but especially in this particular situation. Another intersection that I frequent because I'm driving out of the Heights, I take 15th Street and Signal. Well, the property on the right-hand side there started off with a hedge that was about 30 inches high, and it's now 10 feet high. And you cannot see anything coming down Signal because the kids ride their skateboards and their bikes on the wrong side of the street. And they come and they don't pay any attention to stop sign, and they go right through. So I would like to have those two situations looked into. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Please come up.
Good afternoon. My name's Kurt Herberts. I live at 465 San Bernardino Avenue on the corner of Clay and San Bernardino. Lifelong resident of Newport Heights, born and raised on Cliff Drive, and as I got older and on my own, my first home was on Santa Ana and Clay, and then I moved up in the world. I moved across the alley and to my second home on Clay Street in San Bernardino. I'm very familiar with the issues, and I have to say that I support nearly all the recommendations for children's safety, and I think what will work towards adult safety too in the Heights. But I must say that I am opposed to the bike lane and the elimination of the parking for most of the reasons that have already been expressed. So I'm not going to be redundant on that, but I would like to comment on notification to the Newport Heights neighborhood. I was not made aware of this by any document that I'm aware of. I'm not a part of the neighborhood reference. That's a website apparently. The first official document that I received was dated July 23rd, 2018. It came in what looked like a utility bill, and I opened it, and it wasn't a bill, so I was happy about that. But it ends up being, it refers to a traffic study that's occurring, which that sounds great. It doesn't reference anything about losing parking or a bike lane on Clay Street. So it didn't appear that it was of any major consequence. Until later, I started hearing from neighbors that this issue was had kind of morphed. And so then, as I made calls, and I'm sorry, Councilman Avery, to throw you under the bus, but I made 2 calls to your office, and your voicemail did not get a return call. I emailed you twice, did not get a return call. Just trying to find out information so that I could make a decision on whether this is something I could support or not. Ultimately, I was referred to by Mr. Brine the traffic study, of which I did print out. It's 40 pages. You would have to go to page 38 in the very last recommendation before you would find a reference to the implementation of a bike lane and the elimination of the parking on Clay Street. That occurred after July 23rd. I don't think many of the neighbors that are in Newport Heights are aware of this, even though many are as a result of one person talking to another. But certainly when you own property, it's very common to receive notifications from the city that you live in when there's going to be a zoning change or an easement or something like that. And we were not given the benefit of the doubt of that. We received an innocuous letter that refers to a 40-page study, and you would have to spend considerable time and know what you're looking for to find out it affects your property rights. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Next, can you hold the applause, please? Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Chris Budnick. I own property at the corner of Fullerton and Clay. I believe bike lanes on 15th would be a safer alternative to consider. The council should consider actions already taken before deciding where to install bike lanes. Those actions have changed traffic patterns. That includes diverting traffic from 15th to Clay during peak times due to a median that was installed near the elementary school. And also, in addition, Clay is now the eastbound truck route in the neighborhood because no truck signs were installed on all the other streets except Clay. In view of these changes and other factors, bike lanes on Clay don't seem to make the most sense now from a safety perspective. Where children currently ride shouldn't be a primary consideration. I'm guessing many parents instructed their kids to stay off of 15th Street. Ride your bike on Clay until bike lanes and sidewalks go in. To say Clay would be safer for bike lanes because 15th is busier is also misleading. When you look at traffic counts over an entire day, 15th is busier, but when you look at when it matters most at 7 a.m. to 8 a.m., Clay is just as busy as 15th. In fact, if you take into consideration the cross traffic at the four-way intersection, it's busier than 15th Street. The consultant study focuses not on where bike lanes would be safest, it only highlights where bikes currently are being ridden. The study looks to be a compilation of data attempting to support a conclusion the city staff was pressured to adopt, and a conclusion that changed in the face of pressure from a small group of local residents on and near 15th Street. They're attempting to move everything off of 15th Street, cars, trucks, bikes, even the main high school parking lot. This agenda of pushing traffic off of 15th Street has been in flight for decades. Regarding the parking, city staff told me the impacts to parking drove the decision to move bike lanes from Clay to 15th. I'm sorry, from 15th to Clay. The study includes data from 4 days between the hours of 7 a.m. and 6 p.m. A more useful measure of parking data would have been at 7 a.m. over a larger number of days. So I did my own traffic study, parking count study. I emailed you those results earlier today. I measured 26 days between May 11th and June 22nd, right around 7 a.m. On 24 of the 26 days, Clay actually had more cars parked between Irvine and Tustin than did 15th Street in the same segment. I have photos available to share with the city staff if that's required. On Clay, the closer you get to Irvine Avenue, the more parked cars you're going to find. And that's due to the high density residences there on Clay near Irvine. Right now, with restricted parking on Irvine Avenue, a lot of those high-density residents have nowhere else to park because of the restrictions due to bike lanes on Irvine Avenue. So Clay Street right now is their only option west of Irvine Avenue. Restricting Clay parking leaves them with fewer options, and it also eliminates Clay as a drop-off point. And it's actually used quite often by parents dropping off kids for the middle school. Bear with me, I just need about 20 seconds. Finally, I have perspective on this based on personal experience. For the past 24 years, I've ridden a bicycle to work at least 3 days a week. It's over 41,000 miles. So I know a bit about bike safety. And it's all about the intersections. And four-way intersections are inherently more dangerous than three-way intersections. Clay is full of four ways and 15th is full of three ways. Four ways with only 2 stop signs are the most dangerous of all. Drivers entering and exiting four-way intersections have 50% more things to check in the same amount of time than same drivers at three ways. Now consider that years from now, kids are going to be riding on a path that you guys decide. And keep in mind, they're going to roll stop signs. That's what they do. No policing function is going to be sustained long enough to avoid it. The question you have to ask is, do you want kids blowing stop signs on three ways? We're blowing them on four ways. I encourage the council to follow the math, consult with safety experts, and consider how much safer it is for bikes at three-way intersections, especially if you're a kid rolling a stop sign. Thank you for your time and attention, and I appreciate your service.
Thank you. Appreciate all your bike riding. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. I guess in one regards, I represent a homeowner that lives on Clay Street, but I'm in a unique situation where I'm sandwiched between the alleyway and a neighbor on the corner. So basically, the only frontage that I have is on Clay Street. And if you make that into a bike lane or takeaway parking, we would be forced to not even park on Clay Street. We'd have to find random parking in the neighborhood someplace. We had to do this actually when we had the construction for the alleyways, when a couple times my car was cited, although we got it corrected, for being parked off of our street in other neighborhoods for 3 days. We do have a garage parking, but we have an older home, so we have one car garage, which my wife uses. But my car, my wife's car, has to park on the street. And so if you take away the parking, we're going to be constantly, every morning or every night, trying to find random parking throughout the neighborhood. And even in the evening time, if my daughter comes home late and it's dark, she's going to have to find parking in the dark on some side street, which I'm not too sure where she's going to be and parking. So for me, I've been extremely frustrated as far as the communication that has come and hearing about it. A lot of it has just come from groups and people coming to the neighborhood advising us as far as what is happening. So I'm glad and thankful for them. But I do feel like it's kind of been, to a degree, a bit kind of, not backroomed, but it's been frustrating as a homeowner to have these issues. Feel like they're moving quite rapidly with us as far as residents, not having any say or having any input. So I'm opposed to the sidewalks, opposed to the bike lanes and the no parking on Clay Street. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Children's safety or the neighborhood safety is extremely important to me and to all of us in the city. I've lived in this city since 1968. I live on Gary Place. I've lived in that home for over 30 years. Something that hasn't been brought out by study group that I think is extremely important. I side to 15th Street, so I'm very well aware of the traffic concerns on 15th Street. But nothing's been said about the large trucks that use 15th Street because there are speed bumps on 16th Street. And of course, Clay is not as direct to get to Westminster Avenue. All the emergency vehicles, the police, the fire, come down 15th Street. If you make 15th Street the major pathway for bicycles, I don't think that's the safest thing that you can do. That's heavy trucks from they avoid 17th Street, and for years they've come down 15th. Actually, the city trash trucks used to come down 15th Street to go from Corona Del Mar to the city place on Industrial. It's a busy street, and to put children and push pedestrians, the bikes, the cars. 15th is just because it's wider, you get more traffic and you get faster traffic. So I think that it should be considered the fact that heavy trucks, all the emergency vehicles, the fire department, and the ambulance, they use 15th Street, okay, to get to Irvine, to get to the apartment, to get to the high school. So 15th Street is a major street, and I think that you should consider, even though they finally put sidewalks on both sides of the street, yep, but it's a very fast street.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? Please come up.
My name is Bernadette McCann, and I'm a resident in Newport Beach for over 20 years. I live on St. James, and I want to thank the City Council as well as City Manager and all of the staff that worked on the traffic study. I know it was a huge undertaking and it was an expense, and we really appreciate it. As you've heard from many people today, children's safety is a paramount concern. I think we're all in agreement on that. We've heard that the neighborhood has changed from almost everybody who has spoken today. And it's going to continue to change, and there's no stopping change. We do need to embrace the fact that the neighborhood has changed and not live under a bubble with what the neighborhood used to be and what the neighborhood used to be able to handle, but actually look at where we stand today with all of the children and what's also within the city's span of control. Many people have brought up issues that are not within the city's span of control of doing anything. And you can only change what you can change, what you have authority over. You can't change the times that the school starts. You can't make the schools add parking. You have no control over that. What you do have control over, though, is police enforcement and infrastructure, as well as doing things like the study. And again, thank you very much for doing that. We do absolutely need to separate children from vehicles, and there are many mechanisms to do that. And I want to focus on the fact that what you have seen and heard from today are people who are absolutely being impacted by a recommendation. People stand up to complain. Very few people stand up to say thank you or you've gotten something right. And there's, as someone mentioned a few people back, that they, and you've heard a big outcry from Clay, and I understand it. They're being impacted dramatically by one of the recommendations. Don't forget, this study is more than just this one recommendation on Clay Street. There's so many other things, other parts of it that need to be implemented. It's not just about Clay Street. But also, what you will never see here is a huge population that cannot have a say and have no input. And those are the kids. Those are people under 36 inches tall that are mandated by law every day to get to these 3 schools. They have no choice to get there. But as part of the city charter, is it not, and as leaders, is it not our responsibility to look out for the care and well-being for those who cannot speak for themselves? And those are the kids. And you don't see one of them here, and so many of their parents cannot be here to speak on their behalf. And they have trusted in the process. They've shown up for the process. They've shown up for the meetings. Thank you very much for your leadership and not forgetting about those that can't speak for themselves.
All right, thank you. Good point. Next speaker, please.
Thank you very much, first of all, for all of your patience, because everyone that has spoken today has had a valid point about something, if not many points. My issue is that as a 28-year resident, only 1 block over on Fullerton from the intersections of Beacon and Clay, I have personally witnessed more than your traffic study or anything that has been put here. And please come and put a camera on my house. Leave it for 3 months, then you'll have some accurate information, because I'm only 1 block off. And the kids don't, and she said they didn't speak for themselves. The kids can't speak. Well, I'm telling you, I've spoken to a lot of them. Unfortunately, for some of the members of the neighborhood, and I'm kind of Quasimodo myself, on the sidewalks, the kids are saying, we want sidewalks. We don't have to want to walk on the opposite side of the bike lane, which makes us more in the street. The kids also, bike lane, maybe we will, maybe we won't. I have stopped kids and asked them. I ask in respect to the neighbors, we have not been able to get together except in the last 2.5 weeks. I canvassed Fullerton, which is a main issue 1 block off Irvine at both Beacon and Clay. 90% of the residents didn't even know this was happening. I got some residents to sign a petition to ask you to please make a more comprehensive plan, which can include whatever you want, but the point is the neighborhood has not really been well informed, and we want to participate. There are seniors on Clay that homes open up only to Clay Street as an entrance. it would be difficult for them. And there are many of the homes, I believe there's 13 to 20 homes, depending on whether you're going from Orange to Irvine. But they're senior citizens. They need access. Maybe resident parking stickers, giving them the opportunity to not have to move their car once or twice a day might be an option. Anyway, there are all sorts of ideas that are good and can benefit, because child safety is the first priority. Everyone I spoke to, which was at least 20 people, said yes. But we need to be more informed. We want to participate. Half the people I talked to wouldn't sign the petition because they didn't even know what it was about. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, let's bring it back up here. I see Councilman Piotr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Tony, it seems like Clay Street obviously is the big question mark. Can you go over the timing first? Tell me where we're at on this. What do we have to do and when do we have to do it by? Or what's the plan to do it by?
In particular, Clay Street?
All of the recommended approvals.
Well, we're ready to proceed with a lot of the recommended approvals. The stop signs or the different signage throughout the heights, implementing the drop-off areas, those types of things, we're ready to proceed with that. That's something we can get going certainly fairly soon.
So that's something that you'd like to do before the school year starts?
As much of it as we can.
And what about the Clay Street? If we were to go ahead with that, what would be the schedule on that?
Well, based on the comments that I'm hearing, I mean, it might be a good effort to do more outreach with the residents on Clay Street. The Clay Street bike lanes themselves, as far as any actual work, is simply striping and some signage. And that, it's in and of itself, wouldn't take a long amount of time to do.
But do we have to do an ordinance as far as the parking and changing the parking on that street?
No.
That would just be basically striping.
Right, and some signage.
So Clay Street's very similar to some of the streets in Corona del Mar, and I know that at the end of the block like that, it is a great overflow for parking. And I hear parking as being one of the primary issues. And the way you've got it described now, if I'm understanding this, you got a bike lane in the morning on one side and a bike lane on the other side. And so if somebody were out there, let's say that they stayed at home and their car was parked out on Clay Street all day because they couldn't find a spot on one of the other streets. In the morning, they'd have to move it to one side, or let's say the night before they parked it over there. And then sometime during the day, they'd have to move it to the other side, because basically you can't leave a car parked on one side of the street all day long. And I'm presuming that you probably work out street parking or street sweeping so you didn't have to move it a third time. But am I right? We're not able to leave a car on one side of the street on a school day ever.
That's true, based on the hours that would be set up.
And my question is, did you look at the potential of putting a two-directional bike lane on one side of the road so you could keep parking permanently on the other side and then have a two-way bike lane on the other side? It might have to be separated by cones or whatever the safety guidelines are, but did you evaluate that?
No, that wasn't considered.
Do you know offhand whether we've got the street width to do that? Is it worth studying?
We would have the street width to do something like that.
So we could still have the two-lane, and then we could have permanent parking on one side and still have two-way traffic.
Yes.
And if we're, regardless as to what we do on Clay, it sounds like staff agrees we need more outreach, we need some more input from the community. Is that something where you would like to see the council perhaps implement all of the other suggestions later in the meeting? We can adopt it, and then maybe the Clay Street with outreach would be implemented maybe after January, assuming that we even make any changes?
I would hope that we can approve the other recommendations around the schools themselves, yes.
So, but you don't have a problem with Clay if we do more outreach, and if we decide on changes, they might be implemented at a time like after the holidays where it makes sense, where you can have outreach to the parents, and it would not take effect till after January if we decided to do anything.
No, I wouldn't have a problem with that.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you,
All
Mr.
right,
Mayor.
thank you. Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill.
I'll echo a couple of those things, which is to Mrs. McCann's point, I agree we ought to be at least moving forward with the vast majority of what's been recommended. To Mr. McCann's point, I'd actually like to understand a little bit more about the idea of adding the ability for students to ride their bicycles on sidewalks to and from school. And the third point would be, I agree that we need to do more outreach. And I will say, I didn't understand the data correlation between what we were presented with in terms of the data and then the conclusion that Clay Street ought to be where the bike paths went down. It's a big ask. And so if we're going to be making a big ask, or if staff's going to be making a big ask, or anyone in the community is going to be making a big ask like that, I'd really like to see the correlation and drill it down to someone who's not a traffic engineer like I'm just not. I'd like to really see that correlation. So as part of that outlook, and maybe it's another study, maybe it's something else, but I'd really like to understand why not 15th Street? Why not Clay? Why not Beacon? Why not sidewalks? Why not Sharrow? Just start either proposing them and eliminating them and give us reasons why we're eliminating them, or propose them and say this is why this is the least bad option or the best option. But somewhere down the road, I think that's where, I think that's where we've got to get to with our neighborhoods here, is a really solid explanation, because I just didn't see it for this one. In this study, I didn't see the correlation enough to understand the justification. And I'll also say, I agree with one of the speakers. I think it actually might have been Ms. McCann also saying that there's a lot of asks dealing with the district, where we don't have control of the school district, we don't have control of counts, student, or the timing, et cetera. But we do have a lot of say with them, at least in terms of trying to get them to, when they're asking for permits to do things like the parking lot and structures and things like that. We really should be working quite a bit with the district, and I think that it's a fair question to ask, what's the district's responsibility and role in this, and we ought to continue asking that question. And I think, frankly, members of the public ought to be asking the same question, especially as school board elections are coming up. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilwoman Dixon.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. First of all, I want to thank staff, but also the McCanns for leading the whole movement for recognizing the importance of school safety, sidewalk safety, all these various modes of transportation that we're dealing with in terms of how children are traveling on our streets. But bringing focus over this over the last 2.5 years has really been important to the community and an important gift to our community, and I want to thank you. And it's taken hundreds of hours of both of you working with all of us in what seems to be a long process, but I think we're going to get to a good place. I think, as others have said before me, that excluding Clay Street, the improvements relating to crossing guards, pick up and drop off, and signage, I was really surprised how out of date some of the signage is, but laws change, I understand that. I think it will go a long way if we agree that all of those changes can be effective and can be implemented as quickly as possible. On the Clay Street, I'm disappointed that the residents of Clay Street do not feel that they've been engaged in this process, so I really would urge that we go extra overtime, community engagement meetings, just to make sure before we do any changes, whether it is 15th Street or Clay Street or whatever, that the residents in that entire area feel that their voices have been heard and they can help own the solution. So I think we heard enough from a wide representative group of residents that Clay Street's not going to be ideal. I like the Sharrow's idea, sidewalk idea we put on 15th Street, and letting kids ride their bikes on sidewalks, I think, is a natural thing. But the one comment by one of the speakers, that there are so many different modes of transportation, scooters, bikes, skateboards. and pedestrians, that we've got a jungle out there, and we need to continue to look at how this gets improved. So as we move forward, whether we take this action later this evening, I would strongly support implementing all the remedial changes and then encourage additional study on Clay Street and 15th Street, where we could see some and get the community engaged in that process. And again, thank you to the McCanns for leading the charge here. That's their gift to the community in many, many ways. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilman Avery.
Yes, thank you. It's clear that we failed to reach a large segment of the residents, and although we held 3 meetings and had good turnouts compared to the entire population of Newport Heights, many people weren't there. So could you tell me what the normal process is when you do a study for reaching out? You take every address and mail to them within the study area? Is that normal, or what's the procedure?
Not necessarily in terms of mailing a letter out to each of the properties in the study area. This is a large area, but that's really wasn't part of the decision process. But oftentimes it's just putting out the notice to the community as far as we're having community meetings. Here's where they are, what time they are. We did that each time on the community meetings, and pretty good turnout from my experience as far as community meetings, very large numbers of people. So I felt that the word was getting out, but obviously there were a lot of people that weren't getting that word.
We absolutely weren't doing a great job of it, and I certainly include myself in that. So that note, when you say put the notice out, that would just be on the city's website? Would it be, so the extent of that notice
Correct.
would be what, the website?
A website, putting it out on the neighborhood apps, putting it out through the association, through the schools. Those are the different ways that the notice would go out.
So would it be unreasonable, let's say we do some future studies, I would think we would need to mail to every single resident, direct mail.
I don't think that's unreasonable.
Okay, and we should certainly do that, and it's too bad we didn't do that to start with, because we've missed a lot of people, although we had good turnout. As I recall, the Clay Street bike lane idea started out months ago, at least in the second meeting, and I think we revisited it in the third. So I think for those that attended the meetings and everything, it wasn't a huge surprise to see it come up as a recommendation. But it doesn't matter much when the people that were most impacted by it obviously, weren't there and didn't get noticed. And I think we can't certainly rely on the residents to go to the city's website to get information, although that would be nice, but everyone's got busy lives and a lot going on to go online and check the city's website all the time. So going forward, obviously, I'll be committed to working with you to make sure we get notice out to people for within the whole entire traffic study deal. It is a big deal because we're all have the best interests of the community. I know every single person here listening, we all want Newport Heights to be safer for kids to get to school. And to be able to achieve that, we've all got to be aware of what's going on as a community. And I know that's more expensive, more time consuming, but I just think we have to do it. We have to direct mail. I can't think of any other way to do it. Each time we're going to have a meeting, each time we're coming with some decisions, we have some recommendations, some things in the hopper, get those things out. But I want to thank you, Tony, because I know how much work you've put in it. And it's just disappointing we didn't reach everybody. But there was a huge amount of effort on the part of staff, and the city retained a traffic study firm. I trust your judgment on this, and as Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill said, I think it would be good to have a rationale for why Clay is chosen in this instance, and explain that to the residents, because I think there must have been some math that went into it, and a lot of thought, and obviously all your experience in in traffic engineering. So ultimately, we're all just after the best solution we can get, and one that's fair to everybody. So I'm glad that we've got a pretty good turnout here today, but also I think there's a willingness for everybody to look at every possible thing we can do to make the neighborhood safer for kids, because we all see it, and it's, as it is right now, it's just untenable, and we do have a responsibility to do as much as we can and spread out, if you will, the disadvantages among the entire community in terms of maybe making your drive a little slower, impacting your parking, splitting up the bike lanes in terms of, you know, one side of the street's open, the other side has a bike lane, two-way bike lanes, I don't know, but we need more input from people as well. So thank you very much, Tony.
All right, thank you. And I also would just, I see no other speakers up here, I'll quickly summarize as best I can and say a big thanks to Tony, Mark, and Dave over there. It's a very complex matrix, the way I see it, very complex, and looking forward to getting as much as we can get done quickly before school starts. And you know, it's like eating an elephant. We got to eat it one bite at a time. So hopefully we'll have more outreach and more voices will be heard. I went to Harbor and Ensign. I know the area very well, and things have changed, obviously, and they will continue to change. I believe that as well. So let's keep working on it, and what I'm hearing is we're going to recommend to staff that we move forward with as much safety items as we can that are reasonable, and then defer any other big items like Clay Street for later. Is that about right? Okay.
So just for the public's edification, then we'd carry that kind of thought forward to tonight. So if folks probably could, who were concerned about this, probably could stay home tonight, and that will be a fairly brief item on your agenda, just to ratify, as Mayor Duffield said, all sections of the study except Clay, and with no parking lane restrictions on Clay, or parking or bike lane, and then more outreach in that area with no determination made as to what to do in Clay. And then, as Mr. O'Neill noted, a direction to staff to pursue an okay for bike riding on sidewalks in that area. And I guess Aaron would ask us to maybe say if there's a consensus on that basis, kind of hands or heads nodding.
Yeah, it'd be good to get we need to record, basically, since it's kind of a plumber decision under the Brown Act. So if you wouldn't mind just all raising your hands one more time. Is everyone in favor? Okay.
That was unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dave. All right, the next item, before we get on it, I would hope, while the folks are exiting, I'd like to continue with one item that I fell short with. I would like us as a group up here to please go and stand in front of Dave's, where he's sitting, and we'll have Dave come out. And I happen to have the real proclamation that's framed, and we'll get a great picture with that wonderful thank you, Dave, in the background.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor and Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. So we need about at least an hour for closed session, and I guess it'd be interesting maybe if we ask who in the audience is here for the bird item, then we have the potential of putting that on tonight's agenda too and having a more robust discussion. We had how many hands? Yeah, we're experiencing the glare that the council experiences. Maybe go for a few minutes with the goal of maybe getting back in time for 50 minutes back there. Okay.
Mr. Harp, I'm just looking at this report right now. It mentions mobility device. I do not have a conflict when there's communication over licensed frequencies, but I can have a conflict if it requires an expansion of those frequencies in any way. I don't know this technology well enough to know if that's going to happen. So I'll set this out. Maybe we can do some research during closed session, see if I can vote on it during the regular session.
Yeah, so maybe you could recuse yourself now and then we could research it. Is that what you're saying?
Yes,
okay.
Perhaps vote on it in the evening.
All right, so council, just for clarification, Councilmember Muldoon will be recusing himself because he works with clients in the telecommunication business, so it has a potential impact on his business interests and source of income.
In the interest of time, Mr. Mayor, can I make a suggestion that we wait on the staff report until tonight? We take public comment, and then we have a more longer discussion as a council tonight when the item comes up. So essentially, right now we take public comment only.
Great.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so because of that, we move up right on to, oh, you already had public comment. No.
Yes.
Okay. All right. We'll do some public comments on this item. The bird scooters. Anyone like to come up?
Hello. Okay. Mayor Duffield, honorable council members, I'm Kent McNaughton, a lifetime resident of Newport Beach. I'm here on behalf of my son who has a business on Balboa Peninsula, 20th Street Beach and Bikes. So I can see that Newport Beach is the latest victim of this scooter dump. These have been going up and down the coast, as you know, over the last couple of months, and a lot of cities don't know quite how to handle it. Some of the considerations that you should evaluate are, number one, these scooters are literally dumped on the sidewalks in piles. So you might have an ADA issue, or being that the sidewalks on the Balboa Peninsula area more specifically are not wide enough to accommodate these bikes or scooters just being dumped off on the sidewalks. Two, as you know, scooters are not allowed on the boardwalks or the sidewalks, and especially on the Balboa Peninsula area, you're going to see them on the boardwalks and on the sidewalks. The Balboa Peninsula also has limited bike lane access, as you know. Most of the travel is done on the boardwalk. Helmets are required for any scooter operation, electric scooter operation in the city of Newport Beach. None of these bikes come with scooters, or excuse me, come with helmets. So you're going to have a safety issue that's going to arise with people just grabbing these scooters and taking them. The initial thought behind this whole concept was designed for metropolitan areas, for commuters. People getting off subways, getting off trains, grabbing one of these and doing the last mile distance to their work or to their home. That's the concept. This is not for Newport Beach. This is not something that is designed for Newport Beach and has no benefit for Newport Beach, either the tourist or the residents. There is some issues that are going on in the local cities. I don't know if you've gone on the internet, but as far as up in Huntington Beach and Santa Monica, they're gathering these scooters up. They're putting them on the beach and they're lighting them all on fire. They're putting them in trash cans. They're throwing them in the oceans. They're throwing them in the bays in Huntington Beach. It's just a mess, and all it's doing is just bringing trash and crime to the area. They're totally unregulated. In fact, there is no safety requirements with these units. These units are literally dropped off, dumped off wherever you get them and wherever you leave them. Then they have people that they're hiring through the internet, kids to come by and pick them up at nights and take them to their houses and charge them up and then take them back and dump them off on the sidewalks. So there's no safety checks, there's no monitoring, there's absolutely zero. It's totally out of control. One of the things too is that
Can you wrap this up? We got others that want to talk, and we're late for what we have to do. I'm so
okay.
sorry.
Well, I understand that. So basically, I would just encourage you to research this on the internet, and I would say there's no benefit to the city of Newport Beach, whatever.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Judy Cole. Thank you for listening. I've already sent an email to all of you, and I hope you've had a chance to read it, so I'm not going to reiterate all of the reasons that I think it's not appropriate for Newport Beach. And I'd like to read an article that was in the Los Angeles Times this morning from a council person from Los Angeles. It says, "There is an infestation of electric scooters with far too many riders putting themselves and the public at risk. Virtually everyone who rides them does so unsafely and illegally. Every day my staff receives complaints about riders not wearing helmets, riding on the sidewalk, being too young, and even riding two on a scooter, all in violation of state law. Pedestrians are having to jump out of the way and cars have to swerve to avoid them, not always successfully, leading to injuries. I have asked for a temporary ban while we work to see if we can create regulations and policy to prevent accidents. I believe the city would be negligent to allow the dangers to play out before we put together a cogent policy that we can be very confident will work. To be clear, my motion is a pause button. No one is saying that there will be a total ban on electric scooters forever. We must, however, figure out if through regulations these scooters can be made safe, both for their riders and the public. Only if we are confident about safety and enforcement should we allow their usage." And this was written by Paul Koritz from Los Angeles for the 8th District. We have a big enforcement problem already with too many motorized vehicles on our streets and sidewalks and boardwalks. And frankly, I just don't understand how we could even consider adding more to the mix when we can't handle the issues that we have today. It's a quality of life issue for our residents. It's not the right to be able to do something or to have something. And I'm tired of not being able to enjoy our boardwalk and our city streets. And my neighborhood in particular in Lido Village is getting more and more crowded with pedestrians, parking, scooters, skateboards. I can't even take my dog out without her getting totally freaked out every time a skateboard goes by us on the boardwalk. It's just really a shame, and I think that you have to make sure that you all have really, really good reasons and a lot of this constituents to support, even considering to study it further to set up more regulations. I'd also like to point out that the responses that came in via email, the majority of them, I hope you all realize they were like mass mailers and probably not residents of Newport Beach, and please make sure that you qualify all of the responses. Thank you.
Great. All right. Thank you. Next speaker.
Peter Boyd, Santa Ana Avenue. I feel like I'm becoming a gadfly. That is not my intention, but I was already here for the traffic study. I just want to commend the city and all of you for taking decisive action when this first happened. I happened to be surfing with my son on the peninsula, and then that same morning we were going to go out boating, ran into Councilmember Herdman at the pavilions on Bayside, said, and my wife happened to teach his grandchildren at Mariners Elementary. Said, "Hey, Jeff, do you know about this?" He said, "No." Immediately emailed Mr. Kiff, and you guys responded appropriately. I think for an entity to decide to not engage with you before they try to do business in the city is incredibly disrespectful, and any long-time merchant with a bricks and mortar establishment has to get regulatory approval. And I think an entity that does more of the guerrilla style, I don't think that's appropriate. So I, again, want to commend the city staff for taking decisive action. And also, I was remiss at the last time I spoke in not thanking Mr. Kiff for his service, and I've always appreciated and also been saddened that when I email you on a Saturday or a Sunday, you would respond like within an hour, which I think is above and beyond what you're supposed to be doing. But anyway, thank you for your service, and thank you all for your time.
All right, thank you. Anyone else?
Grace, excuse me, Grace Dove. I'm a 50-year survivor of the peninsula, and it's getting harder and harder. And I'm a director of Central Newport Beach Community Association. The trial period, that they made it a trial period for Bird, I did not see one that was in compliance with the laws. The laws are not enforced now as far as helmets, types of devices on the boardwalk. It's a mess. This just makes it worse. If you are going to take some sort of action, these things are not used for transportation on the peninsula. They are used for recreation. Exclude the peninsula at a bare minimum for future study if you feel compelled to give them a permit. It's a big city. They don't need just the peninsula. Of course, that is the cream on the top. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Ken Rawson. I echo what she just said. My concern is I'm a peninsula resident, and I really question where these motorized scooters can even be used. If we have the current law that I assume we'll continue with, no motorized devices are allowed on the boardwalk. We all know we're already fighting that with the electric bikes going too fast. We're also fighting the issue that we don't get it too well enforced with motorized skateboards that are on the boardwalk. A couple of weeks ago, we saw this dumping of these Bird scooters, not only on the beach, on the sand, and I wondered how they even got there if they can't ride on the boardwalk. But we also, my wife and I, noticed there was a number of scooters dumped on 38th Street right on the sidewalk. We couldn't even walk down the sidewalk because it restricted the access on the sidewalk. So we're concerned about the infrastructure on where these scooters will be stored for the next rider to pick up. What we read in the newspaper, and I'm sure you read in here, in Los Angeles, San Francisco, the other cities, San Diego, that are having this problem, you ride it and they advertise it, one-way use. Ride it and dump it when you're done, and you take it off your cell phone and not being charged anymore. The next person wants it, finds it there on the sidewalk or on the side of the street, they pick it up and they ride it somewhere else. Doesn't seem like that person, that company is investing in any kind of infrastructure to help store, safely corral these scooters. And my suggestion would be ask them or force them through getting a permit to make them give the city the money to help us fund the infrastructure to store those scooters. If we're going to have them, make them fund the scooter storage. Why should we, the council, the taxpayers of the city, have to fund that money? I saw in the newspaper where they said, well, we'll give you $1 for every time one of these is ridden to the city. That will never be enough money. Let them fund it in advance. If they really want to do it, let them pay for a permit up front. But you can work out the logistics. I'm sure what we're going to do is this is not going to stop. They're going to have these kind of ideas keep coming at us. So I'm sure a study is going to be warranted by staff to come back. All I'm saying is protect the tourists that come to the city, protect the residents and the life we have. We don't need these thrown all over the street. And I'll say one more thing to you. I think about the peninsula. If you can't ride them on the boardwalk, do you really want them going down Balboa Boulevard with the heavy traffic we have? There's no room there. So the next thing you put them on is the sidewalk on Balboa Boulevard. And I talked to my friends that are residents that live on Balboa Boulevard, and they say, we don't want them riding on our sidewalks there. So I really wonder how the birds can really be used on the peninsula. The rest of the city, I question. But if as the last person said, the creams on the peninsula, I don't think the use is on the peninsula. We're already too crowded.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good evening, Brian Ozonian, Peninsula resident. I'll take you back to Master Bicycle Plan, and Councilmember Petros and I went around with this for a while. And the reason I didn't want it approved at the time was it didn't include the major user of bicycles in the city, which is the peninsula. It made a provision for a later study. Well, that later is come and gone. I suggest that you revisit the Bicycle Master Plan, and after hearing all those people about Newport Heights, gee, it's almost the same echo that I hear. It's how we move bikes in the city. And as I told Councilmember Petros, there is a term in planning called a POD, which is a pedestrian-oriented district. District 1, Councilmember District Dixon, is a BOD, a bicycle-oriented district. Now, as much as I've heard all the picking apart of birds, I don't know about you, but I've ridden one in Santa Monica. And I know that why the kids pick them up is because they get credit on their account for charging them if they take them home. Now, progress is here. When someone talked about the Prius, that'll never happen. Now they're everywhere. Elon Musk has gone crazy with electric everything. Progress is here. If we want to try to stop it, go ahead, but it's going to happen. How can we make distinctions between electric skateboards, Surreys, 3 grades, 3 tiers of electric bicycles, which rarely have helmets on those riders, and try to enforce everything? It's here. What's infrastructure? Someone's got to be brave enough to extend that boardwalk all the way to the wedge. Someone's got to really step up and do it. That progress will happen one day, regardless of the resistance. But density is here. It's getting more dense. Everything that rolls is getting more inventive. And I bet if this gentleman had a bird franchise, he'd be promoting birds, just like we have electric boats. Everything that's electric, you know, it's the thing. I saw a Duffield once with solar panels on top. What a great idea. So I've ridden this bird, and it's really a phenomenon. And I know you have to have a helmet. That's the rule. But everyone breaks the rule with everything that rolls in Newport Beach. You have to have 3-foot distance between a bicycle and your car. It takes a whole lane going down the peninsula. Okay, but that's our law, but none of it happens all the time. Everyone's crowding them. We have Newport Elementary. You know, we've got all the kids going to junior lifeguards. They got their bikes. One day they'll have their backpacks with a bird. And, you know, what are you going to do, arrest kids with birds? I mean, I do think that the new city manager has a great challenge to ask other city managers of other cities how they managed it and how did it work out. And by the way, thank you, Dave. Really appreciate your help. You got away from this one. But I think that's a great challenge for a city manager to talk with other cities how they identified the problem. But we have to be able to enforce whatever law we pass. And everything that rolls gets a pass right now. So, thank you.
Great. Thank you. Any other speakers?
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Morgan Roth. I actually am here with Bird. I'm the new Community Relations Manager for Southern California, specifically Los Angeles County. And I did want to come present right now and also hear feedback from the constituents you serve. First, I just kind of wanted to share a little bit of background about myself. I'm a UCI alum, so hearing Santa Ana Street keep repeatedly be brought up was pretty reminiscent of my college days. I used to live on Santa Ana, but on the Costa Mesa side, and used to go down to Balboa and Newport all the time. So I'm happy to be back down here. I just wanted to just raise a few things. One of the things that Bird is primarily concerned with is obviously safety. We have engaged on a number of different levels of providing free helmets to organizations, to businesses, to festivals, to events in communities that we currently serve. I personally am overseeing a 1,000 helmet giveaway next week in the city of Culver City in cooperation with their city staff for one of their events. And to date, we've handed out over 50,000 helmets. And these helmets are free. The only thing that is a cost on the user is shipping and handling. Otherwise, if they're at one of our events or at one of our booths, we just hand them out for folks to be able to use. One of the other things that I have with me today that I'm happy to turn over to city staff and our team wants to work with is we do have an interim operating agreement that we operate with a number of cities that details our commitment to working with the cities, indemnifying the city, assuming liability. Some folks brought up the revenue share program that we offer where we give $1 per day per scooter within the cities that we currently work with to help with sustainable infrastructure for the future, and a number of other things. I just want to be a resource. This is my second week on the job, so I'm very happy to be engaged on a number of issues and fronts, and I'm here to be as supportive and helpful as possible. I know that we've communicated on a few things with city staff, and from my experience, I think we've been pretty responsive to those requests, and we want to continue to be responsive and work with city staff and with the council members as you move forward with this new sustainable transportation option. So I'll be here for the rest of the evening. That's all I have, but happy to meet one-on-one, and I've got a number of things to share with city staff and with the council members and in the public here about BIRD. Thank you.
Oh, can we ask a question here?
Sir, could you just repeat your name? I didn't catch it.
Of course, Morgan Roth, R-O-T-H.
Can I just ask you a quick question? I know we are short of time.
Of course.
Could you just explain for all of us, because we've been reading about this, your company has had a similar tactic as you've come into the communities. It just kind of, these magically appear on our sidewalks. Could you talk about that business strategy and how it appears you're not working? It's kind of ask forgiveness, not permission. So what is your business strategy?
It's new to me, and I apologize. In the interim, in between now and later, I will kind of speak with some folks above me. But to my knowledge, what we've been doing with our launches is to try to communicate with staff as they happen and to work with staff. So we do, like I said, we have an interim operating agreement that allows us to work with the city until full regulations are set forth to operate. In terms of business licenses, operating in the furniture space, or where we park the scooters and all that, we have a number of different compliance measures that vary from city to city. We operate in over 30 cities, so each one has been different to this point in time, but we have a pretty extensive staff to work with, the city staff, with police departments, with all sorts of stakeholder groups to ensure smart, safe, and good usage of the product. So.
Okay, and you can elaborate on it later this evening. So thank you very much.
Of course.
All right, thank you. Are there any other speakers? Seeing none. Oh.
Hi, my name is Carmen Rosso. These birds go 15 miles per hour. So to the previous speaker, I would like to know how they are going to regulate the speed to go below that speed in our city. Also, they can give away all free helmets that they want, but there is no assurance that the people using the birds are going to be using the helmets. So how about they coming up with technology where the bird won't work unless the user has a helmet on? Because they are not using it. You can see in other cities there are complaints about that. Also, in their app, they say that the user has to be at least 18 years old, but then in the same write-up say, well, for minors, we will give them a helmet. So are the users supposed to be adults, 18 years or older, or also minors? There are many inconsistencies in their system. That's all.
Thank you. Any other speakers? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back up here. I don't see anybody, so I'd like to recommend to staff, you have enough. We're going to do this later tonight, so we'll do that. So I'll move on to public comments on agenda and non-agenda items. Please come forward.
Mayor Duffield and members of the council, my name is Jim Mosier. I appreciate that you're running late, but I would remind you that if you don't have enough time in your closed session, you always have the option of continuing some of the closed session options until the end of your regular meeting tonight. And therefore, you can break your hour into a piece now and a piece later, which actually ties into the comment that I wanted to make, and I think I am going to make, which is that your last meeting that you held here was on July 30th, which you may recall was a special Monday closed session for interviewing candidates. And that was followed by a public statement read by the city attorney that raised in many people's minds a number of questions about how closed sessions are run in Newport Beach, and suggested you might need to seriously think about putting in place some clearer and more formal policies for how those meetings are conducted. First, it became apparent, and I was a little surprised by this, that the city attorney apparently does not personally stay with you through the entire closed session, in particular things like interviewing candidates. I think that's a problem for two reasons. Number one, because there is a charter obligation on the city attorney to attend every meeting of the city council, which I would take includes closed sessions. And second, because, as you must be aware, the topics that you can talk about in closed session are strictly limited by the Brown Act, and those are very technical, complicated regulations, and you really need a legal counsel there with you at all times during your closed sessions to warn you if you're going astray and talking about things you shouldn't be talking about. Second thing is that there was a report released at your July 24th meeting, or read there, about a closed session you held on July 23rd. This is the one back at the hotel, and a vote that was taken there. And that report revealed part of the vote, but not the entire vote. And when a reporter from the Daily Pilot tried by a Public Records Act request to get the entire vote, they were told the city had no record of that, which means apparently in your closed session, nobody is keeping a minute book of what you're doing and what the votes are, what the decisions are being made. I think that's really important in the public interest. You keep that. And I would point out to you the Brown Act allows you to appoint one of the staff members, such as your city clerk, to sit in on your closed sessions and keep that minute book for you. I think you need to do that. And finally, I think both the public and you need a clearer understanding of your reporting obligations, what you have to do, and what our expectations are of the reporting. At that meeting on July 30th, we heard nothing about a decision being made about a city manager. Yet from tonight's agenda item 23, it's apparent that somebody heard enough assurance from the city council that they gave somebody notice that they could start here on September 4th. It sounds like some decision was made and should have been reported. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else?
Carl Cassidy for the public. Further to what Jim was saying, I would encourage, or what I would like to ask at this point, I'd like to make a request for the public for a statement from the clerk of what the existing facts and circumstances are for purpose of the city council request for the code section 54956.9D4 meeting. Code's very specific, and it provides, and as you've said in the agenda, that if you do proceed into closed session, which I would encourage you not to, that there has been a determination provided to the public in an open public meeting that would allow for the lawful closed meeting. Thank you for properly including in the agenda the facts and circumstances that exist that are required under the government code for all the other closed session meetings, not with respect to the one you're attempting to go into under D4. Also, I would ask, as part of the statement from the city clerk, as part of the statement of existing facts and circumstances, that are relevant. I'm not talking about existence of how many days, how many hours in the day, but the existing facts and circumstances that are going to allow for this D4 meeting. I'd like to know when the public meeting was held and where it was held, that these existing facts and circumstances were determined by this legislative body. Should this respected elected public legislative body proceed to seek legal counsel and wrongfully attempt to enter a closed session in this matter, the public request an opportunity to do the same for having legal counsel for appearance at the next open public meeting. Public respectfully request narrow construction as provided by the statute and consistently held by the courts by this respected legislative body, properly following Government Code Section 54956.9b, and abrogate the proposed attorney-client privilege meeting and properly postpone all closed council discussions for procurement of the city manager transition. I would ask in summary that this council, especially since 4 are up for election, that they not further cloud this controversy in a pre-election closed hearing proceeding. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? Seeing none, I'll bring it up to here. I see no speakers up here. So, Mr. Harp, closed session report, please.
Yes, so the City Council will adjourn to closed session to discuss items 4A through E, including meeting with legal counsel, discuss 2 lawsuits. The titles of those lawsuits are Ashley Langley versus City of Newport Beach and Nada Perkaverek versus City of Newport Beach. The council will also meet to discuss whether to initiate litigation in regards to one matter. And I'll speak with the gentleman later. That's the item he was referring to, but it has been properly noticed. The council will meet with labor negotiator Dave Kiff and Barbara Salvini to discuss labor negotiations with those unions listed under agenda item number 4C. Meet to discuss the appointment of a new city manager, and finally meet with labor negotiator Duffield to discuss labor negotiations with potential new city manager. And that's all the council will be meeting on. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We are recessed until the 7 o'clock regular meeting.
Let me quickly ask Will.
All right, I'd like to call the meeting to order for the August 14th, 2018 regular meeting. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
The record will reflect that all members of council are present.
Mr. Harp, is there a closed session report?
Yes, we have a few items to report this evening. First, we didn't finish up closed session, so item 4C on the closed session agenda, which is labor negotiations, that will actually be continued to the end of the meeting, and the council will meet on that item, and then we'll come back out and report out any actionable items on that matter, if there are any. And then we have 2 other announcements. In regards to closed session agenda item 4B, which was the anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation, the City Council has decided to initiate litigation against the California Department of Public Health, Karen L. Smith, the Director of the California Department of Public Health, and the Orange County Needle Exchange Program to, among other things, enjoin them from the distribution and exchange of needles and syringes adjacent to the City of Newport Beach in Costa Mesa. The Needle Exchange Program poses a serious threat to citizens of Orange County and the City of Newport Beach in that it allows for the distribution of thousands of needles to drug-addicted individuals without a method to provide for the safe recovery of used syringes from the recipients as required by law. The motion to initiate litigation was made by Councilmember Muldoon and seconded by Councilmember Piotr. All council members voted in favor of initiating that litigation. The second announcement relates to agenda item 4D, which is the public employee appointment for the position of city manager. The city council is proud to announce that it has appointed Grace Leung as city manager. The terms of the employment agreement are set forth in agenda item number 23, which will be considered by the city council later this evening. The motion to appoint the new city manager was made by Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill and seconded by Councilmember Dixon. All council members voted in favor of the motion, and I'll turn things back over to Councilmember Duffield.
Thank you, Mr. Harp. We'll now have our invocation by... Okay. All right, I have a statement to read. Thank you, Aaron. With the announcement that the City Council has voted to name Grace Leung as our next city manager, I'd like to explain how we will handle the contract item on our agenda. I'm sure my fellow council members will want to speak as well, but I'd ask them that they wait until the contract item is called shortly. We are generally pleased to move this city forward with Grace at the city manager position, a Columbia University graduate in urban studies, who then graduated with a Master's of Public Policy from Harvard University. Grace clearly brings education to our city. As the Director of Finance for the City of Sunnyvale, and then Assistant City Manager, and most recently, Acting City Manager in the City of Irvine, she brings experience as well. We thank our recruiting firm for their diligence and advice during this process. We thank our city clerk for her hard work, ensuring that this process ran as smoothly as it could. We thank our 72 applicants for their honest efforts and interest in our city. And we thank Dave Kiff for leaving our city in such great shape and for his help and planning for this transition. To make sure that this important item is handled within close proximity to this announcement, I'm going to use my authority as mayor to move item number 23 up in front of the city council announcements. For everyone in the audience, that means that we will have our invocation, pledge of allegiance, notice to the public, and then discuss whether to approve a new city manager contract to start September 4th, 2018. With that, we will move to the invocation led by Pastor Megan Hutchinson and from St. Andrew's Presbyterian Church, and the Pledge of Allegiance by Councilmember Piotr.
Let us pray. God, thank you for bringing each individual here who serves the city of Newport Beach. What a tremendous honor and responsibility that they have. And because of this responsibility, we don't dare proceed without your help. So we prayed the prayer from one of the greatest leaders who ever lived, King Solomon. In your response to him in 1 Kings chapter 4, verse 29, you said, God gave to Solomon wisdom, insight, and a breadth of understanding as measureless as the sand on the seashore. Lord, we know about sand here in Newport Beach, and you gave understanding as measureless as the sand on the seashore. On behalf of the city of Newport Beach, and especially those who are making decisions here tonight, we pray that you would grant them wisdom, insight, and a breadth of understanding as measureless as the sand on the seashore. We also add a special blessing to that prayer as well for Mayor Duffy Duffield and Mayor Pro Tem William O'Neill, for City Council members Brad Avery, Diane Dixon, Jeff Herdman, Kevin Muldoon, Scott Piotr, Dave Kiff, City Manager Aaron Harp, our City Attorney, Leilani Brown, our City Clerk, and Carol Jacobs, the Assistant City Manager. And for anyone else who stands before me whose name I did not mention, you know them well. So you've got them covered, God. Whoever else who is behind me tonight that might need prayer for wisdom in their life, insight, understanding, and blessing. May you grant it. Finally, God, we pray for city council members with families and kids and grandkids who are being raised in this culture. We pray for protection. Guide each council member now as they face decisions that will impact the city of Newport Beach. We pray that you protect Newport Beach's city service members, the police department, the firefighters, our schools, our teachers, the students, as we kick off yet another school year. Go before them. God, you have blessed this great city, Newport Beach, with much. But to whom much has been given, much is required. So please lead the council tonight and continue being the great stewards of this city that they are. God bless each person here. God bless each city council member. God bless those in service, whether they are here or not. God bless the people and the like me that who just live and reside in Newport Beach and get to enjoy it. And God bless the USA. In Jesus' mighty name we pray. Amen.
So if you join me in the pledge, ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, well, now we're going to item 23.
Notice to the public, Mayor.
Wanted-
The city provides a yellow sign-in card to assist in the preparation of the minutes. The completion of the card is not required in order to address the city council. If the optional sign-in card has been completed, it should be placed in the box provided at the podium. The City Council of Newport Beach welcomes and encourages community participation. Public comments are generally limited to 3 minutes per person to allow everyone to speak. Written comments are encouraged as well. The City Council has a discretion to extend or shorten the time limit on agenda or non-agenda items. As a courtesy, please turn cell phones off or set them in the silent mode.
All right, thank you. I'm not too sure what to do next, but item 23.
Just briefly, there's some government code requirements that require an oral report regarding the essential terms that are being proposed for city manager agreement. So I know that the city clerk had I believe she had a slide that she was going to put up on the screen to kind of go over those essential terms. It would probably take her a second just to get over there, given the fact that we moved the agenda around.
Thank you.
So good evening, Council. As previously announced, that the employment for the new city manager position has been offered to Grace Leung, and as part of her employment agreement, there are some key points of that agreement. Her base salary is slated for $265,000. She is to start on September 4th. The term is for 2 years with automatic extensions up to 12 months unless either party provides notice. There's a 6-month severance within the employment agreement, and some of her employment benefits include the flex leave of 8.77 hours per pay period, maximum, similar to myself and the city attorney's is 400 hours, and she will have an 80-hour leave bank starting. She will receive the 80 hours per calendar year, no accrual. Deferred compensation is $5,300 a year with an annual physical exam of up to $1,250 and an automobile allowance of $500 a month.
All right. Are there any speakers up here? Seeing none, would anyone in the public like to speak on this?
Mayor Duffield and members of the council, my name is Jim Mosier. Regarding that slide, I wanted to note that our current outgoing city manager, who we all think very highly of and has a great deal of experience in Newport Beach, the base salary that you approved for him back in April was $265,000, $265,680. This amount is only $680 less than that per year. And since this new person we know nothing about, we don't know They don't have experience in Newport Beach that I've heard of. I was just hoping there might be some discussion of how you rationalize paying a new, inexperienced person the same as somebody with great and respected experience. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else?
Good evening, Mayor Duffield and members of the council. My name is Nancy Skinner. And as we talk about a new city manager, I cannot help but stand up here and thank you for what sounds like a very competent person. I hope we will get a chance to meet her soon. But I'd be very remiss if I didn't say how grateful we are to our current city manager. We so appreciate Dave for all the time you've been here. This has been an incredible, wonderful, wonderful city under your tutelage, and the amount of fairness that you exhibit, the honesty and integrity, I hope the new city manager can come up and halfway close. So thank you, Dave, for everything you have done. Appreciate it.
All right, anyone else? Please come up. All right, seeing none, I would like to, at this time, offer Grace. Would she like to come up and say a few words? Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Grace Leung for the community here. I am just so honored and excited for this opportunity to serve the city of Newport Beach. It was a very extensive process that you certainly went through, and really through that process, I really found a very engaged and committed group of policymakers here to work together with as a team. And I am so looking forward to getting to know the community, getting to know the staff, and especially all of you to continue to provide a very high quality of service that this community deserves throughout hopefully a very long tenure. So that's basically what I wanted to say, and look forward to beginning on September 4th. Thank you.
Great. All right, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill.
Yep. So this is one of those times where the result was worth the wait. And so we appreciate everyone in the community who has spent a substantial amount of time weighing in and letting us know what you looked for in a city manager. My strong suspicion is that we found it. Grace is very bright. She's forward-thinking. She's going to spend a lot of time. The goal, of course, in finding someone for this community, someone who knows it and appreciates it. Grace and her family spend a lot of time in our waters. They're residents of Irvine, make their way over to Newport constantly. Obviously, another thing that a lot of folks pay attention to is city finances, making sure the budget is not just balanced, but hopefully with a surplus, finding ways to make sure the pension pay down continues, and making sure that the essential services that we've all come to expect far outlast absolutely every single person that's up on this council. The goal, of course, is to have Grace outlast everybody on this council as well. And I hope that happens. I think that we've had a good history of longevity with our city managers. We looked for that. We found it. And Grace, we're really excited to have you. And to echo Nancy's point, Nancy, we'll make sure that we let you get a picture with Dave. I mean, look up there. Those are some pretty good balloons. But we gave Dave a proclamation and announced that today is Dave Kiff Day in the city of Newport Beach. And so we'll make sure that folks have plenty of opportunities to take pictures with Dave at the end of the meeting with that plaque. I'm sure Dave is loving that I just offered that. But I just want to say, to our city staff, you're going to be in great hands. We're genuinely excited up here. So I'll wait to make a motion until everybody has a chance to comment.
Well said. Councilwoman Dixon.
Thank you, Mayor. Madam Grace, I just delighted that you were, without doubt, the most successful candidate going through our process from the very beginning. We all individually felt that we had a true winner in working with you and anticipating this outcome. I couldn't be more pleased for our city, for our residents, for our employees, our city staff. Have a new leader with extremely big shoes to fill. But we look to you for your wisdom and your intellect and your knowledge of city municipal finances. And also what was really important during the selection process, the issues that you've been dealing with at Irvine are very similar, many of these issues that we are dealing with in Newport Beach, whether it's airport issues, density issues, growth issues, homelessness issues, pension issues. Many of our issues will be very familiar to you, as you well know. And we all look forward to working with you, and I know you'll be hitting the ground running. But most pleasing to me is that we have made a unanimous decision to hire an outstanding new city manager, and we are anxious to get going, but not too anxious, and we'll have more time to salute our good friend Dave Kiff. I know he's sitting there hoping no one says anything more, but you have to indulge us, Dave, that it is bittersweet, but you have left the city in outstanding hands and outstanding financial hands, and your successor will replicate many of your outstanding policy guidelines and wisdom and vision and creative thinking and solution-oriented mindset and community-oriented mindset. So we will have a lot of opportunity to speak to Dave on August 30th, for which the entire community is invited to come back here on Thursday, August 30th at 3:30. And it'll be a hoedown, windig, shindig party to salute our friend Dave Kiff. But in the meantime, Grace, welcome. We look forward to seeing you after Labor Day on September 4th, and we extend a welcome to your family as well to be part of the Newport Beach family. Thank you very much, and congratulations.
Councilman Muldoon.
Thank you,
please.
Mayor Duffield.
Sorry.
First, Jim, I actually had your same question. I found out that Dave's pension is a little bit more expensive than Grace's, which is interesting because Dave's going to live forever. He's in such good shape. So we're actually going to save some money with Grace. Of course, we hope she lives long as well. There are two people who made I know that's kind of a stark. There are two people who recommended Grace who have a lot of influence on me, or were very impressed by her. One is a personal friend for a long time, Mayor Wagner of Irvine, and he expressed his not disappointment, but he really wanted her to apply for the position, and so he told me that essentially he thought we were going to be in really good hands. And then Dave Kiff. It matters very much what Mr. Kiff thinks of his replacement because he's earned that respect, and his staff needs to know that they'll be in good hands and that this is a smooth transition that the community will have a big part in. So I was very impressed by those two particular people who I look to. But aside from that, I really enjoyed the calm presence that you exude, Grace, and your experience and your educational background, and I look forward to governing with you. So thank you for considering the city of Newport Beach, and congratulations on this momentous day for you.
All right, thank you. Councilman Avery.
I don't have a lot to add to that, except I definitely came to understand through this process that Grace is a tremendously hard worker and is very experienced with financial issues, which is very important to this city. But also, I think she's going to be a wonderful city manager with no agenda other than to move this city forward in the best way she possibly can, working with council. And I'd also like to say that I'm just so pleased with the way the council came together in this decision. And, you know, a lot of things were up in the air, but there was real solidarity with all of us on this decision, which is really important for everyone involved. So, you know, we have our ups and downs, but in one of the most important decisions we could make, we really came together as a council, and that's wonderful. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilman Piotr.
Yeah, I'll try also not to repeat things, but definitely we have our issues here in Newport Beach, and we can get acrimonious at times. Compared to Irvine, though, we are nice and we are really polite. and to have survived Irvine says a lot for your stability and your even-handedness. So we look forward to that in your hand here. And for Mr. Kiff, our weekly meetings now for almost 4 years, I feel like I've gotten to know you very well, and I hope the best for you as you go on to your next, what you refer to as 2.0, and that you'll just have fun.
All right. And I would obviously do what everyone has said up here, Grace. Good for you. We are lucky. I wish it had more schooling, though. I'm just kidding. No, everyone has said, I think, very eloquently, you were the right one, and we look forward to working with you and governing with you, and I'm sure you can teach me a lot. So I'm not a politician. I'm not supposed to be, but I'm getting better at it. So thank you, everyone who was involved in this, and I hope that everyone is satisfied with the way this process worked, and we look forward to, again, a great many years with you. Mr. O'Neill.
I move staff recommendation with the inclusion of Grace's name into the contract.
And I'll second it. We'll all second it.
We all second it.
All right, please vote.
Okay. The motion carries unanimously, 7-0.
All right, thank you. Well, now we'll go back to the program, which was our city council announcements and any new items a city council member would like to introduce. Mr. Avery.
I have none.
Mr. Piotr. Mrs. Dixon.
Thank you, Mayor. I have two items for future discussion. One is related to trees. Well, I'm just making the statement now for a presentation at a future study session about trees. We all protect the public. We protect the public views and not private ones, and maybe that's as it should stay. But we also have increasing comments from residents. I hear about this a lot, and I think in other parts of the city, about how we either don't have enough street trees, or on the flip side, too many private and public trees are blocking private views. So I just want to explore this further. I think there's a lot of confusion. I need to really better understand it. And I think it's been many years since the public has really understood what our public and private tree policy is. So that's one proposed item. Also, an item on consent tonight relates to a parking lot in District 1, in my district, where the new fire station ultimately will be built. In the meantime, it will be a parking lot, which is great. I'm certainly supportive of that. But it occurs to me, then I see in the staff report about the hours of operation of our public parking lots. So I would like to come back to the council, if they agree, to see the council discuss whether to align our evening parking meter and pay station hours with other adjacent communities, especially the summer hours. I'm wondering if we are shutting down our metering operations a little too soon when the evenings are long and the parking lots are still busy. The parking lots cease to require additional payment after 6 p.m. And this revenue, likely funded primarily through visitors' parking fees, can be important to us, particularly in the years ahead. So I would like to look at us to look at extending the hours of meters and lots and pay stations, especially on the peninsula, and especially during the summer. So those are two items that can be discussed and brought forward at a future date. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Mr. Herdman.
I have nothing to announce, but I do have to recuse myself from, items 10, 11, and 14 on the consent calendar because of real property interests.
All right, thank you. Mr. Muldoon.
Just point of order, are we also lodging? Okay. Yeah, so there are two things I was hoping to address. The first is to place on a future agenda a special subcommittee that would continue to look at the opportunities to reduce FEMA flood insurance. This is something that I think is well worth the work. The city of Newport Beach has already saved residents $10 million a year in insurance premiums. Ideally, this subcommittee would be formed of potentially 3 council members who are coastal members, perhaps Councilman Herdman, Councilman Dixon, and Councilman Piotr if they're interested. I'm hoping also have a couple citizen members on it as well, and staff to continue to look at the opportunities to save our residents insurance premiums. I know that Councilman Herdman will tell you it's been a big hit in his district on Balboa Island, and I'm sure he'll echo that more residents should have an opportunity to continue to save insurance premiums. The other item is something that I just wanted to give a little update on. Those of you who are watching the press and what's going on in the news, unfortunately, have seen the wildfires throughout the state of California. We have our own firefighters up there. From what I understand, and the chief is always welcome to correct me, we initially dispatched 2 4-person engine companies and 2 battalion chiefs to the fire in Idlewild. These people were all diverted up north to the fire in Mendocino. So that means we currently still have 1 engine company with 4 people on it, as well as 2 chiefs in Mendocino. Is that correct? Thank you, sir. I know that they'll be in our prayers, the city of Newport Beach, and that we are being well represented as they put their lives on the line to help our neighbors up in Northern California. And this is a great system we have where if there was ever to be a fire in Newport Beach, other communities would send their firefighters to here to help protect our homes as well. So I just wanted to give that update because I know a lot of people are concerned and that they're going to be in our prayers. And I think we all should continue to pray for them and for the victims of the fire. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill.
Sure. Just a few things. So, well over 1,000 of our residents, I attended the concert on the Green this past weekend, which was great. Tijuana Dogs always put on a great show. With Councilwoman Dixon, attended Newport Beach Day at the Orange County Fair. Well attended. It was fun. And then, although going to the fair in a sport coat is ridiculous, but maybe next year. Then do we have a slide for the CDM beam? So everyone probably here is at least driven by or seen the Corona Del Mar Library and Fire Station project. It's moving along really nicely, and we actually had a beam raising ceremony where staff and a couple of council members were able to actually sign the beam that'll be going in permanently. So just like Grace, we hope that beam will be there long after we are. So anyway, it was a lot of fun. So thank you very much, particularly to staff for making that, putting it together. But man, that's a lot of hard work. I'm genuine. This one I'm genuinely excited to see come out. And then National Night Out, really well attended. Really appreciate all of the hard work that our folks at the Newport Beach Police Department do to have great community relations. In particular, thank you very much to Sarah, who's our John, I'm going to mess up her title. Crime analyst? Crime prevention specialist. There we go. So anyway, Sarah did a great job in addition to being our crime prevention specialist to putting that on. And then one last thing, at study session, our friends at the library came and presented a check for 6 figures to the city to continue to advance the cause that is our Newport Beach Public Library. They do so primarily through both donations, and then you've seen the bookstore. They sell the books out of there, and then they also have that $2 a bag sale that actually was this past weekend. They donated over $100,000 to the city to continue children's programs, Newport Mesa Pro Literacy, and things like that, which is just outstanding. So continue to support them because they support us. Thank you.
All righty, thank you. All right, I have a couple of announcements. One I'd like to start with, I think there's a slide for this, hopefully. Sorry, Dave. More Dave stuff. Do you have a slide?
It's behind you.
I'm doing.
Oh,
Dave. Sorry. Would it be easier just to default? Sorry. I guess I could have defaulted to that other item. I think you're more important, though. Anyway, okay, you got to come to this great time that we're going to have here at the City Green here, and the Chamber is helping with all this, of course. and others. This is called Dave 2.0. I don't know who came up with that, but it's pretty clever. Oh, sorry. Dave 2.0 Jam Fest. Next Thursday, August 30th, 3:30 to 6. Food, games, and live music. And it'll be on the Newport Beach Civic Green right out here. It's open to the public, and everyone has to wear a coat and tie. Does it say that? No. Casual beach attire. No coats and no ties. And so this is going to be a great, fun event. I hope as many people can get there as possible to cheer Dave on and thank him for all the great work that he's done. And the next item, I think there's a slide again, is about kind of something that have worked on, but that's kind of my deal. Basically, this has to do with upstream sediment. Not everybody's favorite subject, but this sand ends up in our harbor and costs us all millions of dollars to take it out and keep our bay at our designed depth. And we've always suggested, anyway, to remove it upstream before it gets to this expensive dredging process, and that is exactly what is going to go on at this massive sand accumulation in San Diego Creek to be removed. It's 200 cubic yards, and the schedule is this summer. It'll be, I've seen it. I've been up there, and it is beautiful. White sand, ashtray sand, but heavy grain, and thank goodness with this action, it will not be ending up in our harbor. And let's see, what else was good about it? The cost is $4 million, and obviously it's going to improve our water quality and reduction in sediment. It'll improve local drainage and resulting in better flood control. Our flood control channels, we don't think much of, but since we build houses everywhere, the rain's got to go somewhere. So it goes into these channels, and that's what needs to be managed and measured and worked on and spend money on. So this is finally an event that will help us all. And I have to say thank you to all those on staff that kept their head to the grindstone and made this happen, because it was not easy. And all the agencies involved, you just can't believe it. Every time you turn around, someone else is suggesting why we shouldn't move the sediment out. So we've gotten through all of that. I'm very proud of all you guys for doing that. More to come, obviously, but this is a great step. So that's all I have. And now we will, Madam Clerk.
This is the time in which council members may pull items from the consent calendar for discussion. Those are items 1 through 19. Public comments are also invited on consent calendar items. Speakers must limit comments to 3 minutes. Before speaking, please state your name for the record. If any item is recommended from the consent calendar, is removed from the consent calendar by a council member, members of the public are invited to speak on each item for up to 3 minutes per item. All matters listed under consent calendar are considered to be routine and will all be enacted by one motion in the form listed below. Council members have received detailed staff reports on each of the items recommending action. There will be no separate discussion of these items prior to the time the City Council votes on the motion, unless members of the City Council request specific items to be discussed and are removed from the consent calendar for separate action. I also need to note that since item number 23 was approved, item number 24 about the second meeting in August is no longer, item 4 about the second meeting in August is no longer needed.
All right. Okay, council, are there any items you'd like to pull from the consent calendar? Mr. Avery.
I have none.
Mr. Piotr?
None.
Mrs. Dixon?
Thank you, Mayor. Item number 5, Mr. City Attorney, should we pull that just to clarify that, or how would you like to handle that amendment?
If it's okay, I'd actually like to pull it. Is that okay?
Sure.
All right.
All right. Okay, and then I'd like to just make another clarifying comment on the consent calendar. Item number 12, I remember when this item was approved, the Newport L Playground, which I strongly supported, mainly because it was a 50-50 co-pay project with the Newport Mesa Unified School District. And now that I remember discussing this when we were finishing the project, and now the final costs have come in, all the final bills, and it's $40,000 over what we had budgeted, which is understandable. I'm not critical of that. But the overage, I believe, should be handled on a 50-50 basis, shared basis with Newport Unified. So it's at $20,000 each. It's really just the principle of the item, because there's another item on tonight's agenda related to the new safety officers that we're co-sharing and co-paying for with Newport Unified. So as long as we have these practices, we should stick to the letter, and it's 50-50. It should be 50-50. So I don't need to pull it. I'm just making that point for the record. So thank you very much.
All righty, thank you. Mr. Herdman.
I have nothing.
All right, thank you. Mr. Muldoon?
Lodge a vote on item number 3. A no vote, excuse me.
And Mayor Pro Tem?
I will pull number 5.
And myself, I have to recuse myself on item 3, 15, and 17 for source of income purposes.
All right, let's see if I can do this. I move the balance of the consent calendar with a recusal from the mayor on number 3, a no vote lodged by Councilmember Muldoon, a staff recommendation of no action on number 4, item number 5 being pulled by me, number 10, a recusal from Councilmember Herdman, number 11, a recusal from Councilmember Herdman, number 14, a recusal from Councilmember Herdman, number 15, a recusal from the mayor, and 17, a recusal from the mayor.
Alrighty, thank you.
Second.
Got a second?
I'll second the motion.
We have a second. All right, thank you for that. All right, we'll now go to public comments on the consent calendar. Would anyone like to speak on that? Please come up.
Mayor Duffield and members of the council, my name is Elaine Lundhoff, and I live on the Balboa Peninsula, and I feel that I am being harassed by the city of Newport Beach since I think about 1957 or 58. We have owned a mooring, A132, in Newport Harbor. We have faithfully had it overhauled every time it needed to be overhauled. We have our boat cleaned professionally, the bottom, every month. We have never had a problem in all those years with any part of the maintenance of our boat or the mooring. On July 28th of this year, I got this letter from the Harbor Department. Notice of violation, warning only, checked. Previously advised, nothing. Final warning, checked. This is referring to Municipal Code 1725-020, berthing regulations. The vessel at your mooring, A132, requires maintenance. Please clean the boat, removing all dirty fecal matter. Email Newport Beach, E-Lion, Newport Beach government with any questions or concerns regarding this notice. Actually, this is a letter that I got after that, but it's the same form letter by a different person. My son-in-law, who now takes care of the boat since my husband passed away, went out to the boat. Yes, there was a little bird dew on a corner of the cover. He scrubbed that off. The bow foredeck needed painting. He put a coat of paint on it. We had one whirlybird on it to keep the birds off. He got another whirlybird and 2 spiders, those things that supposedly scare the birds off. Then that letter threatened, if we didn't complete these, take care of this matter by August 4th, that the city may issue penalties that will begin to accrue $100, $200, and $500 each day. Additional enforcement actions such as administrative citation, administrative penalties, prosecution, and/or civil injunction may be utilized to correct the violations. And a reinspection will be made on or after the corrective date. If the corrections is not completed, an administrative citation may be issued and fees will begin to accrue. My son-in-law did all these things. He sent an email to the person who was on the first letter explaining what he had done and so on. And then this letter was sent on August 6th. I think I got it. Well, it was last Saturday. Anyway, the same letter.
Ma'am, I've got your
Your
point.
boat has
You've run out of
fecal
time.
matter.
I'm sorry, you've run out of time. But let
I'd
me
be happy to
the
follow up on that
ordinance
with Ms.
says-
Winhoff.
Thank you. Ma'am, you've run out of time, but let me assure you that we will not let you fall through the cracks. We will, our city manager has just told me that he will follow up with your questions and your needs, and we will get right on it. Okay?
Thank you very
Sorry
much.
you're going through that. Thank you. Does anyone else like to speak on agenda items? Excuse me, the
Yes.
consent calendar.
Mayor Duffield, members of the council, my name is Jim Mosier, and returning to the consent calendar, which you're about to vote on, I wanted to call your attention to number 18, which is your report of activities of the Planning Commission at their meeting last Thursday, August 9th. And I particularly hope that you will read my written comments about item number 3. If you have any concern about mansionization and oversized houses being built in Newport Beach, there was an item approved at that meeting, which the council can call up for review before the entire council as to whether the Planning Commission made an appropriate decision about it. For no reason that I could fathom, they allowed that house to have a larger multiplier of floor area to buildable area on the lot than any other lot in Corona Del Mar. And you, if you review the case, may wonder why that was a decision and whether you should review it. I also wanted to call your attention to agenda item number 10. You have a number of items tonight that are completions, notices of completion of contracts. This one is a large ticket item for the Park Avenue Bridge replacement. And unlike most notices of completion where we hear that the thing was done kind of on time and on budget, the projects have a expected budget and they have a contingency built in. If I'm understanding this report, the Park Avenue Bridge went over not just the budget, but the 10% contingency, way beyond what the staff is allowed to approve. And the council tonight is being asked to approve the expenditure of $232,000 that was apparently not in the original contract. I always have a problem with things like this because our California Constitution, Article 11, Section 10, anticipates that costs are supposed to be contracted for before work is done, not after. It says that a local government may not grant extra compensation to a contractor after service has been rendered or after a contract has been entered into and performed in whole or in part. It seems like we had a contract and now we're being asked to approve extra compensation for work that was done without the staff being able to approve it themselves. That is a problem. I would think that you might be asking our old city manager and our new city manager if that is a problem. And then finally, this is a project that we understood was going to be totally paid by a federal grant. Clearly, that's not going to pay for this overrun. And in the original, although we were told that, the original report, actually there was $50,000 coming out of the general fund and $50,000 coming out of the water ratepayer fund. And this report here is showing, again, $50,000. I'm wondering if that's the same $50,000 or a new $50,000 that is going towards the overrun. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments on the consent calendar? Come on up.
Hi, I'm Murphy McCann. Here to talk about just a follow-up item on the traffic study. And if I look at the agenda, I'm not sure if current business is a part of the consent calendar.
That is coming up.
If it's not, if I could have just a couple seconds to just clarify, the next steps on it, if you don't mind. I think at the end of the study session, Mayor Duffield, you mentioned a handful of things to follow up on, and I wasn't quite sure, because there was some noise in the back of the room, exactly what the timing was for following up on Clay and any solution there, as well as following up on a number of recommendations that people had outside of the traffic study. So there were recommendations within the traffic study, and then there were people that had recommendations outside of the traffic study. I want to know what the process was for going through and vetting and taking a harder look at those.
Well,
sorry to step out of line here.
No, I think
Just
the
trying to keep it
best
brief.
solution for that is to you personally visit staff, either after tonight or another time, or maybe they can address it now.
Just briefly, that item's still coming up. It's not part of the consent calendar, so I think there'll be an opportunity for you to speak on that in just a few moments.
Or that.
So if you want to come back up in just a few minutes, we're just dealing with consent calendar. That item is on consent calendar. It's coming up, though. Okay? All right.
Thank you. Any other speakers that wish to speak on the consent calendar? All right, bring it back up here. Mr. O'Neill?
It's a fair point that Jim raises, by the way, on number 10. So maybe Mr. Harp, Mr. Webb, if you could address the cost overrun questions and then address the legal question that he had raised as well, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, thank you. That fair question on that. We did go over our 10% contingency. We did have some additional costs of that. So there is the ability for the council and the city manager to go above that amount. And what we're looking today is approve a change order that covers some of those costs. And the change order in sequence will be approved prior to the acceptance of the project. The details of the various components, the community efforts, and the various things that we did. Maybe Mark, you can elaborate on some of the cost overruns that led up to that change order that we're talking about tonight.
Yes. Thanks, David. To answer your question, Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill, this is an accumulation of items, but this last approval for this additional budget is discretionary based on the council. It's our recommendation for the final cost items that the contractor, in lieu of a claim that they've presented to us for their cost overruns. And as you may remember, as part of the project too, we had significant areas of, and I'm seeing Councilmember Herdman's going to be excusing himself since we're discussing this item. We had substantial utility delays and as well as community requests, and this is the final item that's been negotiated with the contractor in lieu of a claim.
All right, thank you. Mrs. Dixon, yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question, Mark. To address Mr. Mosher's question about the funds were coming from the federal government. So what you just said about the claim, that would not be funded under the federal grant, or would it?
That's correct. Yeah. So this additional amount, approximately $200,000, is being funded by city funds, and the other $9 million was federal funds.
Well, we've lost Councilman Herdman. Is he coming back?
He can come back.
Sorry, small delay. All right, seeing no more comments up here, let's vote.
Prior to reading the vote, I'll read the ordinance title for item 3, and ordinance number 2018-13, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Newport Beach amending Exhibit A to Newport Beach Municipal Code Section 3.36.030 related to cost recovery. The motion carries unanimously, 7-0.
Okay, Madam Clerk.
Public comments on non-agenda items. Public comments are invited on non-agenda items generally considered to be item 5.
To lodge a recusal because I'm operating a business in telecom.
Cool.
So part of
I'll
the
wait
source
just a second. I don't need a, I'm sorry, Go ahead, Mr. Harper.
And just to add on to that just quickly, so it impacts the source of income for Councilmember Muldoon.
Okay. I pulled this item because a valid point was raised by one of the telecom companies that's going through the process. We've already got a contract with them to make sure that they're putting in small cell sites, and we've got a whole bunch more discussions going forward on the same issue. And they raised, I mean, it's small language change, but it's important. So when the issue that they raised came out of, let's see, L23 section 4B for everyone reading this at home. The difference between A and B is essentially the language at the very beginning. And Mr. Harp could help me with this. The thought process here is that A and B should mirror one another, because if they don't, it seems that we're adding on a restriction that we don't mean to be adding on, especially in what are directions from the council. So as to that, sorry, just give me a moment.
And just to kind of follow up on the point you're making, under Chapter 2049, under Section C, there's a lot of exempt facilities, and the language that was added to 4A that wasn't in the existing policy basically acknowledges those exemptions by saying unless otherwise exempt. That language didn't get carried over to B, so there may be some confusion on that. So our recommendation would be to carry that same language, unless otherwise exempt, to subpart B, 4B of Council Policy L23. And that's sort of the logic behind it. I'm happy to answer any questions you have, Mayor Pro Tem.
No, that's it, because it does make sense if we're going to be adding that language in on A to make sure that we're complying with our own internal policies. B ought to have the same language. So my recommendation when it comes back from public comment is going to be modifying staff approval to have L23 4B have the same language as A, which is simply unless otherwise exempt, comma, in front of it.
Thank you.
No, I don't like to make motions before we go out to public comment.
All right. Seeing no other speakers here, I'll go to public comment on this item. Would anyone like to speak on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back.
But it's so interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's your profession.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I know. Lawyers. So I'll make the. Okay, yeah, I'll make the motion for approval of staff recommendation with the modification that L23 4B have the phrase unless otherwise exempt, comma, and inserted in front of it.
And I second that.
All right. Seeing no other discussion here, let's vote.
The motion carries unanimously, 6-0.
All right. Madam Clerk, do you have to read that again, or can we just?
No.
No? All right. Okay, now we're going to move to public comments on non-agenda items. Would anyone like to come forward? Speak.
Not quite.
Yet.
It's coming
Almost.
up. Not quite.
Almost.
Maybe about 5 more minutes.
Sorry.
Mayor Duffield, council members, Don Schmitz, here on behalf of you. I've been asked to come down and provide you a briefing in regards to where we stand on a number of the Coastal Commission action items that we have before us, and there's a number of them, and to give you a read in the community in regards to what's happening with the California Coastal Commission. First, I want to report to you.
Excuse me. This is going to take slightly longer than 3 minutes, right?
It might. I'll try and go as fast as possible.
I just wanted to try to get through it, right?
Okay.
Thanks. But we'll let you have some extra time.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. In the general public comment period at the Coastal Commission hearings last week in Redondo Beach, Mr. Steve Ray, who you probably know from his indefatigable opposition to the Banning Ranch project, testified to the Coastal Commission with some donated time. He talked about how the Banning Ranch developers had ostensibly destroyed some cactus areas on the Banning Ranch property and had expatriated the cactus wren from Orange County, making it going extinct. He then went on to testify that the city of Newport Beach was engaged in similar activity so that the snowy plover would be expatriated from Newport Beach. We had foreseen this. We put in a speaker slip. Our planning manager, Simone Jervis, was there, and spoke very eloquently. He pointed out to the commission that, in fact, we have been doing community meetings. We have a draft Western Snowy Plover Critical Habitat Management Plan that we've been interfacing with different agencies, that we were taking this very seriously. I've also testified in regards to this. Another thing that we're getting splattered with is a controversy over loose, unleashed dogs on the beach, and we have worked hard to make sure that the commissioners understand that we have a leash law, but there's county beaches up by the mouth of the river, and that we are trying to engage with the County of Orange to address this issue. But there is a drumbeat that's happening almost monthly now in regards to attacking Newport Beach on this particular issue. So we're going to make sure that we keep following up with the commission, because these things sometimes take on a life of their own. And we're going to make sure they know that we're taking it very seriously. The second thing I wanted to speak with you about was the successful conclusion of the amendment of our categorical exclusion areas. This is areas where identified urban developed areas within the city that do not require a coastal development permit. Both Patrick Alford and Simone testified on this, as did I did the opening presentation. I pointed out that we'd had this categorical exclusion area since 1977, that we had reiterated it again with the commission last year as a follow-up to our local coastal program. Our application before the commission was so that we could bring it into alignment with the 2.0 floor area limitation that's in our local coastal program. Our old categorical exclusion area was 1.5. We had two speakers in opposition. Mr. Mosier testified. He tried to draw an analogy to what had happened in Laguna Beach the day before, where the Coastal Commission had fined a property owner for $1 million down there for violations of the Coastal Act, and he specified that the city of Newport Beach was creative in finding that the Coastal Act doesn't apply to development there when it is inconvenient to apply it. Mr. Ray also testified and said that this would result in mansionization in the city of Newport Beach. In rebuttal, I then pointed out that, in fact, the categorical exclusion only applied to projects which were explicitly consistent with everything in the LIP, our local coastal program, and therefore it could not result in larger homes, or if there was any variances that were required, that would require a full-blown coastal development permit. There was one question posed by a commissioner: why didn't we do this last year? And we pointed out that we wanted to simply reiterate and reapprove our previous categorical exclusion. So we addressed that. It requires a 2/3 vote, so it's a very high bar for a community to get that. And we received a unanimous approval from the commission. And then the last thing I wanted to do was to provide you an update where we stand on our major local coastal program amendments. 2 months ago, the commission granted themselves a year-long extension. This is something that they do as a matter of course. They're supposed to review these within a very specific time frame. I testified, this was at the hearing down in Chula Vista, that we were really hopeful that they could move these things forward. They were important for our community. We did a carve-out for the encroachment issues, which is part of our local coastal program amendment. We have all these others, the shoreline district height, allowing architectural things like chimneys and stuff to go over the height limit, a number of other issues. Staff gave an oral commitment that they would try to bring this forward sooner than, in fact, the date of, or the month of perhaps September, no later than October, for all those other issues, is when they were anticipating getting that back in front of the commission. So your planning staff is working very diligently with the Coastal Commission planning staff to try and move those forward. I can't report to you now when the encroachment LCPA will be in front of the commission, but they've set that aside because it's anticipated that there's going to be a lot of conversations and discussions in regards to that one. So with that, I'll wrap it up. I know a lot of other people have things they want to speak to you about, and I'm available for any questions that you may have.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. Are there any other speakers on non-agenda items, please?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Duffield. My name is Jim Mosher. I was mentioned in the last comment. And so the comment I want to make is that I'm pretty sure Mr. Schmitz was paid several $1,000s for his 3 minutes of comment before the Coastal Commission on August 10th in Redondo Beach, which I thought was largely redundant with what our own staff that was there made. They also spoke for 3 minutes. I thought that was adequate. And I would be curious, and perhaps you might be curious, if he is being paid to come here tonight. If so, how much? And why our own staff could not have given the presentation you just heard equally competently. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Are there any other speakers? Hi, stranger.
Yes, hi all. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Rob Houston. I used to work at the city here. It's nice to be back in the community again. I do have to say I miss a few things, some of the Coastal Commission activities, and also Mr. Mosher. I haven't seen him for over a year now. Good to see you again, Jim. But I'm here to say a few words today about a colleague and a friend that I hear is moving ahead in a new chapter of his life soon. I think the balloons give it away here. But Dave Kiff decided to hire me back in 2010, and I worked with various roles with him over the course of the next 6.5 years. And over that time, I got to see firsthand the fine work in this community and in this organization that he did, and I wanted to congratulate him on work well done and a career well done. He's provided a model of public service leadership for all of us in the city manager profession to follow. His humble and quiet way can sometimes hide the time and effort he takes to go the extra mile in the city. I personally watched him return hundreds of calls and emails to individual residents over the years, discuss every issue that arises, including boat problems. He's there personally to ask about that. I asked all the time to help him with that load, and he wanted to do it himself because that personal connection is really important to him. And so I respect that and how he handled his time. He listens patiently, is willing to discuss how the city can help and even the limits of that help. So I think it's a great model to provide for other folks like myself in the profession. He's never the first to speak up, but when he does, he always provides a well thought out and balanced thought to add to that conversation. And Dave is one who always lets his actions speak louder than his words, and he acts to provide great caring service for this community. He's also seen a few winds of discontent and change in his career, but he's always chosen to stick to his public servant role and to avoid jumping into the fray. So with that, I just want to say thank you, Dave, for setting a great example and for us all to follow. Fellow city managers, public agency staff, any of us who are part of a community can all strive to provide the same type of selfless public service that you provided all these years. So I wish you the best in the Dave 2.0 upgrade journey that you're on. I hope you'll journey down this way to occasionally check on us down here. And I also wish the best for this organization and this community. I still care a lot about it, even if I'm a little bit inland now. And I know you have plans now to move on with actually Grace, who I know. For what it's worth, I think Grace is great. Good pick. And I think there's great people in this town, great people that work in this organization. There's a bit of wind in the air, but I think safe passage will happen if we really just follow Dave's example and respect the honor that we all have to serve the public in our community. So thank you.
Rob, thank you. That's
see you, Rob.
Good to see you, and that's showed a lot of class. Thanks for coming here and doing that. Good job. So, are there any other speakers on non-agenda items?
Hello, my name is Scott Frankel, and I'd like to comment on the current business item 22. Council members, thank you.
We're only taking comments on non-agenda items right now. That's coming up, though, in just a few minutes.
Yeah.
Public comment for that as well?
There'll be public comment on that as well.
All right. Anyone else out there want to speak on this? All right. Seeing none, bring it back. We now have our oral reports on committee activities. I'm just going to look to the left and right here. Oh, Mr. Herdman, please take the mic.
Yes. We had a Tidelands Water Quality Committee meeting this month, chaired by Councilman Avery. We sort of have some, I'd say we definitely have some renewed energy on that committee. Brad has brought us back to focus on the goals and what we hope to accomplish in terms of objectives this year. Excuse me. I also attended an Arts Commission meeting this last week, towards the end of the week. Want to congratulate the Arts Commission on the series of concerts that they've been putting on. This last Sunday witnessed something incredible in terms of attendance. I would guess around 4,000 people were there. Their Arts Commission work is just terrific. Chair Greer needs to be congratulated, as well as all the commissioners on the work that they're doing. Another committee meeting was an airport issues meeting that I attended. And then just a few fun things. Bevel Island had their annual sandcastle contest building that I was at and asked to be a judge at. I attended National Night Out. I want to congratulate our police department on an excellent showing that afternoon and evening. And also kudos to the police department for the Teen Academy graduation and program that I attended this week. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other?
Thank you, Mayor, for indulging me. Mr. Herdman reminded me, I was focused on earlier on my agendized items. I attended one of the most fantastic events in Newport, which is the junior lifeguard graduation last Thursday, I believe it was. 1,100 junior lifeguards, their parents, their families, their friends filled the entire Peninsula Park. It was a magnificent event, a tribute to our community and our young people that have achieved great personal excellence in achieving that junior lifeguard and succeeding in going through the junior lifeguard program. And so many of them come year after year after year and are part of the program for 6, 7, 8 years. Outstanding people. A special salute is Chief Duncan there to the lifeguards and our fire department, the lifeguards, and the outstanding staff that manages the junior lifeguard program. It was just a splendor to watch. I was so proud on behalf of the city. And I did make the public comment that in my lifetime, I hope to see a junior lifeguard headquarters down at the beach. So that got a cheer. Anyway, so thank you, staff, for supporting the junior lifeguard program. It was a magnificent event. I was very proud. Thank you. And thank you, Mayor, for indulging me for that. Thanks.
All righty, thank you. All right, we'll move on to current business. Our first item is number 20, award the contract for janitorial services. And does staff have a report, or anybody want to hear a report?
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to need to recuse myself. One of the attorneys at my law firm represents one of the bidders, ABM, and even though I don't have any financial interest whatsoever, out of an abundance of caution, I'll recuse myself.
All righty.
We have a staff report if you like, but it's your choosing if you'd like to hear it.
Your desire up here to hear a staff report? Reader's Digest version.
Okay, we'll go real quick on that, but very important contract. We don't always think about this contract. This has to do with our janitorial services for our 22 key buildings in town. Anthony Gwyn's here. He's our purchasing agent with our finance department to give you a little quick summary of this.
Good evening, Mayor Duffield and members of the council. I'll try to be brief with this process overview of how we arrived at the recommendation for award that's before you tonight. A lot of this is already in your staff report, so I'll only cover the high value areas or areas of detail that need to be covered again. To review, this contract is for the cleaning of the 22 city facilities that you see in the contract. This is a listing of the 22 facilities in question. Now, it's important to note that most of these facilities are cleaned daily, but there are some heavily used facilities that are in need of daily portering service, which kind of adds a value element to the contract. We ran this as an RFP instead of a bid, and I get that conventional thinking dictates, janitorial services, fairly simple, mundane, routine in nature. Why would you run an RFP instead of an RFB?
Well, we incorporated lessons we learned from the previous contract. I agree that the services are fairly routine in nature, but when you look at it in practice, the services require a certain level of technicality when it comes especially to the management of staff. For example, some of the new companies now have electronic check-in and check-out of their staff, as well as electronic workflow on work requests or complaints. And we have neither of these functions right now with the current company, so we felt the allure of some of the new technology out there was important to staff, and so we wanted an RFP to be able to vet all the new practices that are in place. In the first step, we ran it as an RFQ where we had a general call for statements of qualification. In such a crowded field of service providers, we wanted to give staff the best chance to weed through truly the best field of proposers that could service our needs properly. From the RFQ, we had 14 submittals. Staff reviewed all 14 and advanced 6 to the next step, which is the RFP. You'll notice under the RFP, the second bullet point, that staff developed a set of minimum man hours for each site. This was really a benchmark that we felt was important for the new contract, and this is a concept that we borrowed from the current contract for landscape services that the city has executed, where we defined certain minimum hours for each of the major facilities. For instance, facilities maintenance staff has dictated that 16 hours daily is sufficient for cleaning at Civic Center. So we went through and spelled out minimum hours for each of the 22 sites, and then the finalists were asked to submit pricing and additional information, armed with the specs for each building, as well as the minimum man hours. This slide shows you the results of the procurement, and I'm only focusing on the 6 finalists here. The top row right there, you'll see the annual costs for each of the groups. The recommended party for award, Allied Universal, you'll see also that they came in with the lowest annual cost for year 1. Subsequently, they received the highest cost on the RFP side of things. And then when you couple that with the RFQ score, where we assess the experience and qualifications, they end up being the highest rated proposer by a good margin when you consider the other scores on a 200-point scale. A little bit about Allied Universal. They were established in 1965, a healthy portfolio of 750 clients. We identified the notable references, including City of Anaheim, Burbank, County of Los Angeles, and then CBRE. One that I did not note here is they also cleaned the Pacific Life building across the way. So a huge presence locally, which we felt was important to us. And again, I mentioned the electronic methodology they use, the check-in, check-out, and the workflow for complaints and requests. With that, I'll be here to address any questions you might have about the process or the contract before you.
All right, I don't see any questions up here. We'll take it out to the public. Are there anyone out there would like to speak on this item? Please come up. Seeing none, I'll bring it back. Is there a motion?
I move to
Second.
approve. Yeah.
All right.
Mr. Mayor, just a quick comment. I wanted to thank staff for doing that. They did a really good job of qualifying and showing basically how you arrived at the best qualified and the best price in an easy way for both us and the public to understand. Thank you.
I also would make a comment to Dave. Aren't you going to be bummed when you don't have to look at charts and graphs like that? That could be your last one.
I'm just impressed that I think we finally got it right on my last day. So, good.
Mr. Piotter's happy.
Please vote.
Motion carries unanimously, 6-0.
All right. Our next item is number 21.
So, Mr. Mayor, and I'll wait for Mr. O'Neill.
Mr. Avery?
I need to recuse myself because my home is within this study boundaries.
Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, our Newport Heights Neighborhood School Traffic Study.
So, Mr. Mayor, I think staff's intent would be not to replicate what we did this afternoon, but I'll briefly summarize again what your kind of raised hand direction was from this afternoon, and that was to proceed as expeditiously as possible. I'll add some words with all of the recommendations in the traffic study except for Clay Street. And when I'm talking about Clay Street, that means the potential for adding bike lanes there as well as the parking restrictions associated with the bike lanes. So we would not move forward with that. However, we would embark on an outreach effort to discuss that further with especially the Clay Street community. And I think Mr. Piotr mentioned kind of what a timeline that seemed reasonable to me, and that was kind of over the coming semester, so that if something were implemented, it would come back to you in time to be implemented in January after the holidays. So that's one recommendation. Another recommendation is to clarify within the municipal code that a child can ride his or her bike on the sidewalk. And I think we would identify where those cases are. And I think that was kind of the gist of your recommendations from this afternoon.
I seek one clarification on that. So, Mr. Kiff, when you said we would recommend all items recommended in the traffic study, I actually noticed that there were at least one difference that I noticed between the traffic study and the staff recommendations.
Okay.
And so I just want to, like, for example, in the traffic study itself, it mentions one of the recommendations is post no stopping 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. and 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. on Beacon Street between Irvine Avenue and Fullerton. That was not in the staff recommendations, that particular bullet point. I would have asked about it had it been in the staff recommendation, or if I'd missed it in the staff recommendation, let me know. But I was a little concerned about that, given what we had heard, the discussion about Clay Street. Mr. Bryan, am I missing it?
No. In fact, the Beacon Street item is something for the council to consider. And in fact, we may want to go back to a few of the Beacon Street residents that have concerns. So the recommendation was to consider that implementation.
Okay. So Mr. Kiff, maybe if I could clarify what you just said so it's going to be clear when we move forward on this item. Instead of saying the traffic study, I would say the staff recommendations, because I recognize the differences between the two. So I want to make sure that when we were talking earlier, I was focused more on staff recommendations as opposed to the traffic study recommendations.
Better put. Yes, Mr. O'Neill.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And quick clarification. So the Beacon Street part would be part of the outreach on Clay. We just added to that part.
That's what I would have asked for, yeah.
Okay.
All right. I don't see any comments from up here. We'll take it out to the public. Please come up.
My name is Murphy McCann. Again, sorry for the prior interruption. With regard to, and thanks for the clarification, I guess there's a couple points on top of this that I would make. If we're going to put forth, a more specific study on a particular part of the neighborhood, that whatever goes into that or comes out of that is weighed against the greater public good with all the kids trying to commute to school. I could imagine a small group trying to figure out, what everybody's wants are, that can get kind of tedious, but that the process step back and consider the greater good. Thank you. There was also, there's a number of people that have made recommendations that fell outside of the recommendations that were in the traffic study. There's a number of stop signs, stretches of sidewalk, red curbs painted, et cetera, that I'm not sure what the process is for actually getting those to be considered by the council and the necessary parties that be more fully. So I wanted to ask you what the way forward is on that.
Go ahead and continue with your comments, please.
Yeah. And then the last bit, that's mainly it, other than just a reminder that, the longer we go without doing any of this stuff, the more that we risk another incident. There was a boy that was recently run off of Clay Street and into a parked car by a truck. And it was an incident that did not get reported to the police. It never made any part of the traffic study. My sense is that incidents like this happen fairly frequently without us knowing about it, and that we consider that you have in the back or in the forefront of your head that the situation in the Heights is a lot more precarious than maybe what shows up in the data that's been collected. Thank you.
Thank you. I welcome you working with staff whenever you'd like for the answers that your questions that you had. Thanks.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Peggy Palmer, and I'm a board member of the Cliff Haven Community Association. I want to say, first of all, welcome Grace to Newport Beach. And I also want to thank the staff for putting together the traffic study in the Heights, which was definitely needed. I also want to say that right now we have the component A of the traffic study where we have identified several areas, but not the entire area. And I'd like the City Council to perhaps look at a Part B, which would include incorporating a compromise on Clay. Clay is a major artery in Newport Heights. I reached out to the people on Clay. I call them the Clayatians. And I asked them if we could have a compromise on Clay, and they suggested stop signs, maybe a bike lane on an alternate side of the street. But really the purpose of the study is to make a safer path for our children. 4,300 children in the Heights, a safer path. That's much more important than protecting retired people's motorhomes, in my opinion. I'd like to also look at the Part B component of the traffic study to reduce speeds, cut through traffic, have a crossing guard at Irvine and Cliff Drive, and also incorporate more police volunteers like they did at the junior lifeguards. That has an impact on drop-offs and pickups in Newport Heights. And with this being said, we thank you and we look forward to expanding the study to identify a few other components that need to be addressed, as we need to create a cohesive team with the city, the schools, and the police department. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? Please come up.
My name is Rowan Jacobs. I live at 500 Tustin. And I just wanted to say something briefly, sort of dovetailing with what she just said. We need to look at getting the schools involved with educating the kids on the right way to drive. And we need to get the police to really step up and I don't know who tells the police what to do, but get them to enforce the rules of the road in the Heights and just clean up the nonsense that goes on in there. So, I was here earlier, as you know, and I really think enforcement and education, none of this works unless you educate and enforce this stuff. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Seeing no one, I'll bring it back up here. I don't see any comments.
Just, Mayor Duffy, I had one comment if I could.
Oh.
Just to some of the public comments today, I wanted to inform the council that, as you recall, there was a lot of extensive public community meetings here, and we did incorporate a lot of comments. There's almost 30 recommendations on these pages, which is significant, minus the couple that we're going to hold off and keep working with the community. So not everybody got everything. Some stop signs that are wanted are not warranted. Some red curb that are wanted are contentious. Some sidewalks that are wanted by some are contentious with others. So we tried to address the bulk of it here. There may be things we have to revisit, like the bike lanes and other things in future meetings, but at this point I think you've got a pretty comprehensive plan here.
Thank you. Councilman Piotr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll make a motion to approve staff's recommendation with the exceptions of Clay Street and Beacon Street, that will go back out to the community for more community input, with the goal of, if there is an implementation of that it would be after the first of the year.
I'll second that motion.
And I would like to just clarify for staff, if we're going to implement this after the first of the year, we ought to allow a time of education, like some of the people have brought up, where whatever happens on Clay Street and routes to school change between the fall semester and spring semester, that there's a period of education as well, so that the parents aren't just caught on January 1st with something new going on. So just make sure that it's included in your time schedule.
All right, thank you. Mr. Herdman.
Having been spent 38 years of my career in education and dealing with the safe ingress and egress of kids to and from school. I'm very familiar with this topic. My rule of thumb, whenever it had to do with kids, despite what parents had to say, despite what parents thought, decisions are made in terms of what's best for kids. And that certainly has to be the rule of thumb here, especially in the area of safety. The other thing I would kind of caution you about, I remember reading something in the study or the report about the city working with Newport Mesa Unified School District on safe routes to school. I just want to caution you about that in terms of getting too involved in that as far as recommending a specific safe route to and from school from a liability standpoint. School districts are not in the business anymore of recommending safe routes to and from school, unfortunately, because of liability issues nowadays. So we kind of need to stay away from that. But at the same time, we need to establish safe routes to and from school. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, we have a motion and a second. We've lost.
I seconded.
And let's vote, please.
Motion carries unanimously, 6-0.
All right. Let's see if I have to do this. Okay. Next item, number 22.
Mr. Mayor, out of abundance of caution, I'm going to recuse myself. I don't know if this technology requires repeaters or any infrastructure, private or otherwise, that would use the spectrum, and staff doesn't seem to know the answer either. So I'll recuse myself on this item due to business interests in wireless-related telecommunications.
All righty. Thank you.
Again, thank you, Mayor. I'm sorry. Tonight we have a rather interesting item. We've talked about janitorial services. Now we're going to go to the other end of the spectrum, new technology and stuff that we're learning on. We're going to talk a little bit tonight. Brad Summers is here with us. He's our principal traffic engineer and probably our most knowledgeable person on this subject to date, although we're still learning. So we're going to give you a little update on shared mobility devices, including scooters and bikes.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Again, I'm Brad Summers, the principal civil engineer within the Public Works Department. This evening, we're here to talk about shared mobility devices, just to give you a quick overview. First of all, we had some thoughtful comments this afternoon in the study session. I think we'll build upon that with the presentation. First and foremost, shared mobility devices, we mostly think of scooters. That seems to be what's in the news these days. It also includes bicycles and bicycle share programs. I think we also have to keep an eye out to the future. As these new technologies keep emerging, they will start to join this category. Generally the device is shared by multiple users utilizing mobile technology apps on your phones, say, and it can be used by several different users throughout the day until basically the batteries go down. Predominantly electric powered motors, and then I think the most interesting part of this, probably what's attributing to their success as well as potentially causing some of the issues, is the new dockless technology. The prior generations of, say, bike share required a bike crawler or a bike rack sort of facility where they would all park and lock up. Now we're seeing these devices can essentially be anywhere. They can be picked up anywhere and dropped off anywhere. We're seeing more vendors out there as we go, and we've seen deployments pretty much nationwide, even worldwide. The intent of the technology is simple. It's looking for that last mile solution. That'd be, say, a transit to your job, trying to get there without going into your single occupancy automobile, and also increase the mobility in congested areas, may reduce some parking issues. Of course, that works if it's convenient, inexpensive, and potentially fun. Looking a few weeks back, we had the Bird Company dropped some scooters on the peninsula. I think we're all familiar with this at this point. Unfortunately, it was done and then followed up with communication with the city, which included an email to some of city management as well as some social media blasts. We received pretty much an immediate and somewhat negative response from the community, at which point the city manager and city staff reacted quickly, notifying the company that they were in violation of our municipal code section 10.830A, which is essentially no private operation within public right-of-way without authorization. We requested the scooters be removed, which the Bird Company complied with, taking them offline and then removing the majority of them. We found a few strays that were picked up by city crews and then returned to the vendor. During that short period, we were able to make some observations and receive some concerns again from the community. First and foremost, the scooters were utilized, and we saw this through watching the app. We saw the battery power drop on the app, as well as we saw the scooters migrate. Now, we talk about that. They did leave the peninsula. We saw them in other neighborhoods throughout Newport Beach. We saw a few of them went into Costa Mesa and potentially Irvine, which of course we were contacted by those agencies as well. With the community response, most of it was in regards to similar issues we've seen elsewhere and in the news regarding, blocked access to buildings, sidewalks, roadways, irresponsible, potentially illegal use of the scooters. And then with this as well, other scooter vendors are paying attention and have approached us. We're not alone. Of course, we've seen the news articles seem to be coming out almost daily now. Many cities have had a similar deployment. And as this is a new technology, we're seeing cities respond to them differently all across the board. We've seen everything from trying to ban them completely to working through a permit process, such as the city of Santa Monica. The city of Huntington Beach recently adopted a moratorium on them for 120 days. But again, the note here is that this is a new and evolving technology, and cities are looking for ways to address it and how it's best suited for their communities. I'd like to talk about quickly the current regulations. First, within the city municipal code, we of course have our 10.830A, which is commercial use is prohibited within public right-of-way without authorization. We have an oceanfront ordinance which prohibits motorized vehicles on the oceanfront. We also have a sidewalk cycling ordinance and resolution, which we've talked to briefly with the prior item. And then in the California Vehicle Code, scooters and bikes are handled quite differently, but I think it's of interest to note that scooters are clearly defined, both electric and gas. But within this category, there's some key legislation that, one, prohibits riding on sidewalk, requires helmets for all ages, they're limited to 15 miles per hour, and then generally you have to have a valid driver's license or a driver's learning permit, so basically 15, 16-year-olds or older. Of course, with any technology, as they become more popular, we're seeing companies start to lobby, and we see these legislations tend to soften up over the years. So again, that's something to keep an eye on. Looking at the next steps, we definitely will maintain our municipal code section. And then the discussion tonight to determine if a sanctioned shared mobility program within the city is appropriate. If it is, I believe we should take some time and review what other agencies are doing, as it is new. There's a few cities that are a little bit ahead of us. Create a permit selection process and regulations, and review our enforcement and staff needs. We do believe that this would require more enforcement, both from the police department as well as code, as well as other staff, public works, and field services. If not, we continue to watch, monitor, enforce the current legislation, and then if we continue to be approached, we may want to consider a moratorium at a later date. That's it.
All right, thank you. I see Mr. Herdman's name, but I don't. You want to speak? I didn't think so. All right. I didn't mean that. It's on here from history. Technical thing. Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill.
Would you mind going back just one slide? So I was going to ask you about the next steps, because in the staff recommendations tonight, we've got a handful of them. One of them is take no action, which would leave our current regulations in place. And then the second part of that same one would be make a recommendation to staff that no permit shall be issued for the storage, use, etc. Assume for a moment that I or someone else up here, or majority up here, would be comfortable with the taking no action. I'm a little concerned about the idea of issuing a blanket statement from us to prohibit any permits from being issued for this type of activity. And it's not that, it wouldn't be because It's because if there's enough innovation where someone could actually convince folks on staff that a permit would be justified, then fantastic. I suspect that it would probably still come up in front of council, and we'd get to make another recommendation, a determination whether that innovation is worth the concerns from our residents. But at the same time, I tend to, so I guess what I'm saying is I understand the next steps from the perspective of taking no action and assume for a moment that we did that. I would have to say I'm wary of giving a direction that no permit shall ever be issued on things that are changing and evolving rather rapidly. So I'm wondering if there would be any hesitation from staff if after public comment we made the determination that we wouldn't be taking any further action at the dais to either prohibit or permit, not permit, that's a bad use of, but allow this type of code modification, that we give no direction one way or the other to staff whether to actually permit something down the road.
You could think about too, your direction could be if staff is inclined to issue a permit for an activity like this, it should come back to you versus say the staff doing that.
I would say that would probably be appropriate. We would have a full council chambers, but I think that would be right. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Dixon.
Yes, thank you. Well, just to follow that through, I don't think we should, I support what Mayor Pro Tem is saying. I guess just a slight adjustment to what we're saying. I don't know if we're just saying staff start accepting permits. Frankly, there is so much new technology adaptation going on, and we all know what we've been reading. Some communities in Venice or other parts of Los Angeles, Santa Monica, community members are destroying the scooters. It's becoming kind of a violent type of thing. I would be comfortable is the term moratorium has been used, that we just, let's wait and see. We don't have to be the first out of the gate to start legislating a permit or regulatory process, number one. Number two, I don't know if I'm comfortable as putting the burden on staff to keep coming to us. I know that I'm pleased to say, I think is it Lime, the name of the company, that before they dumped 50 scooters on our public right-of-way, that they came and been starting the conversation. That's how it should be done in any professional, respectable way. So I'm pleased that they wanted to respect our processes. So I kind of like to see how this all shakes out, and other cities are learning. As we heard in public comment this afternoon, I personally don't believe that we have to say yes to everything. We don't have the room. The boardwalk is at full capacity with even things that are not that are regulated but not enforced. Skateboards. We all know that that's an ongoing issue. I think over time we will be coming up with, I hope, solutions for just the boardwalk issues. But as representative for the boardwalk, I would not want to see any Bird or Lime or any of these motorized scooters appear until we really have a thoughtful process. My mind is open, but let's wait and see. So I guess that's a moratorium for 6 months. Let's wait and see is my recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Avery.
So let's just say for a second that the Bird comes in, the Lime, and they abide by our current codes and by state law. So what's that look like? Where can they ride exactly?
Well, I briefly, just so I can interject just quickly, I think that the way that we saw the business model rolled out here with Bird is just not legal under the way the municipal code's currently written. And so the way they do their business model of just leaving their product in the right of way, that just violates our code the way it is.
Right.
One thing we could do is leave all the codes in place, and then if we saw some type of model that wasn't regulated, come forward with either a moratorium for further discussion, as opposed to making decisions about the wide, infinite number of permits that could possibly be obtained. That doesn't seem appropriate here. Maybe we bring back a moratorium if we see some type of business model that would need further consideration.
Right. Where can they ride legally?
Yeah, Dave can comment on that. There is a model they could do to be legal, but it doesn't work with their pickup and drop-off system. But Dave can elaborate where they can ride.
And Yeah, but they can legally ride on the street, they can ride on bike lanes, and they can ride on probably a bike sidewalk if it's denoted in our ordinance that we allow that. I don't think the boardwalk allows that. I don't think you can ride on Balboa Island boardwalk. So there are specific areas they can. Without a moratorium also, you're probably going to have they could, for instance, deploy out of Costa Mesa and come into the city legally, ride on the sidewalk, provided the riders have their helmets and all meet all codes, go do their business and leave the city. And again, I don't know if that would be a problem with the community or not. Just one other comment as you're considering this tonight, I do want to tell you that we have met with Lime. They have approached us and we had a meeting with them, and also the Razor Company, both interested in wanting to look at or negotiate agreements to come into the city. And I believe Bird indicated that. We haven't met with Bird yet.
So
the key problem is, let's say if I took a Bird scooter, if I took it from a private location where it was stored,
right,
then it's not on the public right of way. And then I took it to a store or restaurant, and that storefront was willing to allow me to leave that within their facility, within the private property area, not on the public right of way. All of that would be legal, but that doesn't work. I know the gentleman from Bird is here, but that doesn't work with their model. Their model is point to point and you leave it. And then someone else picks it up and takes it from point B to point C.
Right.
And the legal model for Newport would be, I would take it back to basically to from where I took it.
That's not what it's all about.
That's certainly not as convenient
Right.
for
I mean, this
the
is
Bird
about
model
getting
itself.
somewhere and
Getting somewhere, leaving
getting to
it,
B so
next
someone can
person
take it to
takes
C.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then all of our standard laws, though, that deal with like motorized scooters would apply, you know, if it was owned by a private person for all the different areas in the city.
Right. Finally, one issue is just we don't have the resources to police it really in terms of helmets, and you know, we don't have enough people to be anyone to be on the boardwalk as it is. So those are some of the other issues. But the speed, yeah. But at the same time, I don't think we should, and I agree, we should try to work and if this is something people enjoy and see how it could possibly work, because I think it is coming. It's another mobility device. It's very popular. And so that's why I asked the question, how would it look if it was being working under our laws and state law? And it would just, there would have to be some repercussions for people. So in other words, if the scooter's left in the sand on our beach, we would pick it up and it would just basically be in ransom for a certain number to the company. They would have to be liable for that, wherever that scooter's left, it seems to me. But that's getting in the weeds. I think there's probably a way to make it work, and it's working out now. And I agree with basically what I'm hearing is that we don't need to be the first one to figure this out. We should hang back and just see how it's working in other cities and then continue to work with representatives. But I'd be in favor of holding off. But I'm not against it. It's just we don't know what we're looking at. We've just got a quick snapshot of it, and it wasn't good. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Herdman.
I, too, would very much be in favor of a moratorium and holding off on this. I'm kind of surprised that they weren't dumped on Balboa Island. Why the peninsula was chosen as opposed to other areas in our city, I'm not real sure about, but I'm glad they weren't dumped on Balboa Island. I have to be honest, there's a part of me that really resents their whole marketing strategy by dumping and getting a lot of free publicity and free advertising out of the act of having dumped their product on our streets, creating a great deal of havoc, a great deal of problems, some safety issues, and then forcing you, Dave, to have to do what you did over the weekend in terms of expelling them from our city. It's not a good way to get started in terms of doing business in our city. And so taking the position of a moratorium, I would definitely support that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill.
So I'm trying to figure out, and this isn't splitting hairs, I'm legitimately trying to figure this out. So what's the difference between maintaining the laws as they are versus a moratorium? Because if the laws as they are would prohibit what had happened in the last, I mean, I know we keep using Bird because they're the one that decided to jump in first, but obviously there are other companies that exist in this sphere, and you've mentioned a couple of them. So if a company were to come in and actually comply with our laws, it seems difficult for us to justify a moratorium on a company coming in and complying with our laws. If they don't comply with our laws, then it would seem difficult for them to get a permit. And so in the situation that we're trying to determine right now, you had mentioned, for example, the idea that someone would have a scooter in Costa Mesa come into our city and then go back into Costa Mesa, and that would be legal. I would say, of course, that would be legal, because it's not like Bird is operating their business in our public right-of-way in a situation like that. And if we are interpreting it that way, I'm a little concerned, because it seemed like every driver of Uber would probably have to register with us if that were the interpretation we were taking. So I'm not sure I would take that same interpretation, and I'd be a little concerned if we were taking that. And Aaron, you're leaning forward. Were you going to say something?
No, I just think that, so what we saw with what Bird did, utilizing the right-of-way to basically conduct a business, that's clearly illegal. I think a moratorium would be to deal with kind of the larger issue if you wanted to study, kind of more the point-to-point within the city, as far as having businesses that allow for rental of these type of scooters, and you wanted to ban that type of thing. You can only do a moratorium once, though, on a particular topic. And from what we've seen, I think the laws that are in place now adequately address the issues, unless the council wants to make a change. May want to hold off on doing a moratorium until like the technology advances and you can see whether or not you want to study kind of a broader topic. But that's something we can bring to you either now, a moratorium, or something that we could bring to you in the future if there was somebody proposing a model that wasn't currently covered by our code.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but don't we have vendors or businesses inside Newport Beach that rent electric bikes already? So if I'm a business that rents an electric bike and they leave my store and come back to my store, that's technically a point-to-point business transaction, and I would hate to see us accidentally put a moratorium on existing businesses.
You do a moratorium on anything new. I don't know whether that's an existing model or not. I had not heard that. Is there currently electric bikes rented?
Sure, but they take them somewhere and bring them back to the store.
Yeah.
But I was using that as an example. I mean, it's a poor example. But a moratorium, I think, is designed to do with the larger issue. You wouldn't be doing it on existing businesses. It'd basically be anything coming in through the future. And maybe I picked a poor example since that's something, I guess, that's already existing. But that's sort of the point of doing a moratorium, is to be able to study the larger issue and then make decisions.
Yeah, no, I hear that. All right, I know Mr. Herdman's going to ask some questions, so I'd like to hear where he's going with it. Because it's I don't know, it's a tough. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jeff.
Well, I'm not going to ask any. Mayor, is it all right if I go ahead?
Please.
I'm not going to ask any questions. I'm just kind of. I wrote down everything that everyone said this afternoon about this ADA issues with blockage on the sidewalk. They're already not allowed on boardwalk and sidewalks. They don't come with helmets. The concept is not designed for or benefits the city of Newport Beach, bringing trash and crime to the area. No monitoring or safety checks. How can policy prevent accidents on these? It can't. We have an enforcement problem already. No motorized vehicles allowed now on the boardwalk and sidewalk. And people were concerned about the impact on our infrastructure. Do we have additional time for public comments on this? We do. I'd really be interested in hearing more from people out here in the audience that are here on this particular topic.
Yes, we will. Councilwoman Dixon.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Let me just define what I understand by a moratorium and also our existing regulations and code. The question about electric bikes, there's a business that is in the business of renting bikes, electric bikes, what have you, and other beach equipment. They pay a business license to the city of Newport Beach. They have a permit to operate, and they have a brick and mortar structure that people do their transaction and return the bike. It seems to me that this type of new technology exists without bricks and mortar. They don't have defined storage space. Their storage space is the public right-of-way. like any business, whatever is in today's vernacular or in the future. We have codes. If Bird or any of these companies, any business wants to approach the city to say that we have electric scooters, we have a warehouse where we're going to be storing our scooters, we have personnel that are going to be driving around and retrieving, notwithstanding there's problems about adding traffic to go retrieve, but nonetheless, if they take responsibility for the operation and servicing and retrieval of their product, and they're within the existing parameters of our municipal code, I don't see how we could deny it. I don't know if that is possible. And so back to the moratorium, I would say until we can be certain that any proposed business entity in the business of electric scooters can prove to us they can operate within our existing code, we can consider that, but I would like to we would have a moratorium, anything outside of our existing code, until we see how this all shakes out. I don't see why we need to rush. Let's have our existing code that serves us well until any of these scooters can prove to us that they can operate within our existing code, then they are denied a permit. I agree with Mr. Herdman. I mean, we were all shocked to see, and I sent my photos to Dave that Saturday morning at 10 o'clock when I saw these scooters all over Lido Village just magically appear with no permission, and they took advantage of the news worthiness of this, and it just was insulting. And I respect the fact that these other companies are doing it the right way and engaging with us in an intelligent conversation professionally of how this might work. But my personal position is a moratorium on even considering regulatory changes or code changes until we see really how an operation can operate successfully in our city safely. But first and foremost, they can't operate on the boardwalk if they can go 15 miles an hour when the speed limit on the boardwalk is 8 miles an hour. So there's a lot of issues that have to be resolved. And I would like to look at the permit process, the fee that we would eventually propose that would cover the cost of additional enforcement. So we've got a long way to go. So that's where a moratorium period is for us to explore all of these side issues. We've just been hit with all of this, as other cities are, and there are a lot of lessons being developed right now. So that's where I am. And I'd like to hear from the public as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill. All right. Well, okay. I'm glad you didn't put a moratorium or a ban on Duffy electric boats. You probably should now. I think there's too many of them. So now we'd like to go out to the public. Would please come up and speak on this item?
Good evening. My name is Don DiCostanzo. I'm a resident of Newport Beach. I graduated from Corona Del Mar High School, lived in a lot of places in Newport Beach, but I'm also the co-founder of Pedigo Electric Bikes, and I'm concerned about the unintended consequences. It happened in Austin today. These random acts of what I would consider illegal acts, parking scooters and bikes everywhere in the public right away. Even in front of our stores where we pay rent, we're not allowed to put our bikes on the sidewalk, yet these devices can be out there. I think the council is smart to put a moratorium on it. There's a lot to be found out. In Austin, where they dropped them all there, they banned everything. They put signs up. They're not allowed. Now even electric bikes aren't allowed, which weren't creating any kind of problem. So I'm concerned about unintended consequences. If I think about Mr. Duffield here, and it would be like them coming in and putting a bunch of electric boats in the harbor and saying, you don't have to rent one, you don't have to come to my shop and buy them, you can go out and get one anywhere in the harbor. They're just floating around in the harbor, and just pick one up and you can put on your app and you can take an electric bike for a ride. And I think the analogy is not too far off. So I support the moratorium. I think it's a smart thing. Let other cities figure it out. We don't have to be the first. I came before this council 13 years ago when I started the electric bike business next to the Crab Cooker restaurant called Zeclipse. And I don't know if any of you were here, but I presented the idea that I was bringing electric bikes to Newport Beach. And the council gave me the mayor said, you can leave that bike right here with me at that time. And I tried to follow all the rules. And I just want to make sure that other businesses come here have to follow the same rules that we do. And we have a store in Corona Del Mar. We have a store on the peninsula. They would be, I don't say hurt by this, but it might be unintended consequences for them where they ruin it for everybody else that's out there. So I think I can answer the question why they weren't dumped on the island versus the peninsula. Demographics. The demographic on the riders of these scooters, there's 20 to 30. That's not the demographic on Balboa Island, but it is a lot degree on the peninsula. They use them to go bar to bar. In the areas where we have them, they put them in the front of our store in Venice, and the owner of the store called me up and so do I. I said, well, are you allowed to put the bikes out on the sidewalk? He said, no, there's a restriction against me putting bikes on the sidewalk, but there's 3 scooters sitting out in front of my store. What should I do? I said, I'd consider them trash. I'd put them in the dumpster. And he did that, and they came by a little later with their app and picked them out of the dumpster. So I consider them to be litter until they're appropriate. If they're on public space and they're using up public land that nobody else gets to do, I don't know why they should have a right to do it. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Next speaker, please. Anyone else like to come up? Please come up.
Elaine Linhoff. I live on the peninsula. If they can't park in the public right-of-way, where are they going to park? They're going to park on my front sidewalk? I don't understand how it works unless the city allows them, gives them permits to use a public right-of-way. I can just see what's going to happen on the peninsula. We're very popular, especially when the waves are big. The peninsula gets so crowded, there is no place to park on the street. The parking is not allowed in the alleys. I don't know where they're going to park all these scooters if they get them. And then if somebody rides a scooter down there and drops it off and somebody else picks it up, then how's that person going to get back to where they want to go? I support a moratorium until all these problems are solved.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Scott Barnard, 510 Tustin Avenue. I spoke to earlier on the Clay Street bike lane. The other thing I'd point out on this, having grown up on the peninsula at 11th Street and living in the Heights, is even though you're talking about shared vehicles, what we observe already on just electric vehicles would, I think, shed light on how to deal with the shared ones when they do show up, because they certainly don't necessarily obey traffic laws. There's certainly riders that are in their 20s, but we see them that are 13 with a surfboard on the side of this electric bike coming and going from surfing in the morning, because why would you want to pedal up Riverside Drive with your surfboard on the side on a heavy old bike when you could have the electric bike your parents get you? And so I think that, and motorized skateboards. So when the city attorney says they're required to have helmets and they're required to be 15 and a half and all the stuff, they certainly don't operate that way on the existing things. And if the police even had time to cite them, giving them a $50 ticket is not going to change it, because mom does not want to drive the kid down to surf at 6 in the morning. So unless you take the bike away and impound it like you would a car, and they got to come pay the fee to the city yard to pick it back up at $300, it's not going to change the habit. So I would look at existing. They're not really playing by any of the rules, so I take that into account. And once you get the shared vehicles, it'll be the same situation.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Scott Frankel. Council members, thank you for giving me the opportunity to present a new perspective to the city of Newport Beach regarding the dockless mobility sector. I'm a tech entrepreneur from Santa Monica. I'm a huge proponent of these new technologies being offered to Newport's residents, with dockless scooters like Bird and Lime equating to fun, economical modes of transportation that are environmentally conscious and help alleviate traffic. However, with the introduction of new technologies, new ways of addressing challenges are now available. My company, Digital Unity, has built a software platform to help cities monitor and regulate dockless transportation companies like Bird and Lime, while also generating a new source of revenue for Newport Beach. We're now in discussions with over 85 cities across 9 states, including all of Los Angeles County, and we offer a new way for cities to work with companies like Bird and Lime, while offering a scalable solution to monitor and establish parameters around these new types of relationships. Our platform will allow tech companies to deliver new services to citizens of Newport, while the city generates additional revenue, but they can closely watch what these companies are doing. We believe Newport should lean into these new technology companies, but they need a scalable way to handle compliance and monitoring of these companies, as they do need public land to operate their business. Newport should consider requiring an independent third-party solution provider to cost-effectively manage a system of checks and balances when tech companies want to use their public infrastructure, including sidewalks and streets. The city owns this real estate, but these companies need public land in order to operate their business. Our independent entity will protect cities' interests and make sure that cities are properly compensated when these companies use public land to provide goods and services to citizens. Furthermore, each technology company should be required to provide real-time data, and all cities that have issued operating permits are currently asking for this, and they should also offer a transparent relationship to assure that the city's predetermined parameters are being met and regularly audited. Our company, a Santa Monica-based startup, has built a first-mover software platform to do just this. We create that common ground between city governments and technology companies like Bird and Lime that want to use the city's public infrastructure to operate their business. Our platform allows cities to establish operating parameters and a level of independent compliance to do the following: establish, monitor, and enforce rules the city wants to in real time. Monitor how many scooters each company currently has in Newport. Apply optional hours of operations if the city chooses to do so. Empower the city to control where these scooters can be parked, and if these scooters are not properly parked, we can automatically issue citations to improperly parked scooters when the rules are broken. Lastly, we're going to have a transparent revenue tracker so that the city can understand how much money these companies are generating from the use of the city's land. Cities that are currently working with these tech companies are leaving way too much money on the table. Bird is one of the fastest growing startups in U.S. history, amassing a valuation of over $2 billion in 1 year. Additionally, there is currently no scalable way for cities to monitor and enforce the rules that cities have set in place with a set of fair checks and balances. As of yesterday, the Santa Monica City Council will not be allowing Bird or Lime to continue operations going into their second year. Quote, both Bird and Lime performed poorly on the compliance portion of the committee's assessment, which was based on a record with federal, state, and local laws. End quote. It is clear that these companies cannot follow the rules without real-time oversight, as noted by the Santa Monica City Council. What's also interesting to note is that Santa Monica is the home of Bird's corporate office. We believe that tech should work for the benefit of citizens, but not to the detriment of the city's well-being. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mayor Duffield, City Council members, City staff, thank you for discussing this topic today. My name is Devin McLean. I'm an operations manager with Lime. I just wanted to come before you and let you know that we are very committed to working with city staff and its residents by establishing a micro-mobility and first and last mile transportation within the city limits of Newport Beach. Lime prides itself in our robust operations staff. We maintain local warehouses, 24-hour staff, and proactively, with our 24-hour staff, proactively mitigating negative feedback. We have technology such as tip sensors to alert us when scooters have fallen over to address those and right them. We also have GPS in every scooter, geofencing capabilities for locations like Balboa Island or the pier. We can geofence those and create no-ride zones. And then we also require driver's license scans in California, and we are rolling that out nationwide shortly. Lime was fortunate enough to meet with some of the city staff yesterday and we're able to provide sample regulations, both regulations that we have helped to form that we see as a good guideline, but also current regulations being used in the city of Long Beach, not too far from here. We're really looking forward to continuing our work with the city of Newport Beach and looking to serve the community and the transportation concerns here in the city limits. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I want to ask a question, if you don't mind.
Yeah, of course.
You get the geofence capability. Is it accurate enough that you could actually prevent them from riding it on the boardwalk?
It can be dangerous to actually just stop a scooter as soon as it crosses a line like that. And so we have a series of push notifications and will not allow scooters to be parked on those designated no parking zones. We feel this is nobody's going to leave a scooter unattended that they're paying for. And so with the push notifications and the geofencing enabling that as a no service zone or no parking zone, we see compliance growing as we roll out those extended features.
Okay, so I'm looking for a yes or a no.
No, we are not able to stop somebody from crossing that geofence border, but we are able to mitigate that issue.
I mean, I understand the not stopping and dropping them on their nose.
Yes.
But if they are in that geofence border, like the entire boardwalk as it goes along the peninsula, they wouldn't have power. They couldn't ride it there.
Those are features we are working on enabling as each market that we operate in has geofenced areas. There are areas in just about every city that they would not allow scooters or e-bikes or bikes to be ridden. And so those are extended features that we're working on adding to further our compliance with each market that we operate in.
Okay, so you can't do it now, but you're hoping to do it soon.
Very soon, yes.
All right.
What's very soon?
I don't have a timeline for that.
Let's move on here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Suppose it's a good segue to hear from Bird. My name is Morgan Roth. We met earlier. Community Relations Manager for Bird here in Los Angeles County. I'm happy to be back in Orange County. I went to UC Irvine and have a little personal history here with Newport. My father-in-law always plays in the Toshiba Classic, so we're here as a family every year down here enjoying Newport. Obviously, there have been a lot of comments and questions. I'm happy to just roll right into those. I spoke earlier, but my first and foremost interest is to be a resource to the City Council and the City staff as we move forward with policies. And as the member from Lime had mentioned, we do employ a number of means to encourage self-regulation and good behavior amongst our users. As folks park the scooters, they're required to take a photo of that parking, their parking location and how they parked the actual scooter. One self-regulates because folks actually recognize, okay, I'm sharing this data with the company that this is how I park the vehicle. And then also we can, on the back end, kind of curb, persistent and prolonged bad parking behavior and other things. With that said, we also require all of our users to log into the app with a valid driver's license. And we are exploring different options on how to regulate when users of the scooters are using other people's licenses or their parents logging in and the child's riding it. But all of our scooters are equipped with safety regulations directly on the scooter. We have a number of promotion campaigns, safety campaigns. We participate. I myself go out to community events. We've handed out over 50,000 helmets just this year alone. We're going to continue down that path regardless of what regulations do change to promote safety, because we want to ensure that pedestrians on the sidewalk, scooters in the bike lanes are all safely used. And then one of the other things that I wanted to talk about is our Save Our Sidewalks pledge. So as a company, we've taken it upon ourselves to reach out to Lime, reach out to the other scooter operators and e-mobility operators, and try to get everyone on the same page. So what we do is we operate under cleaning, gathering all the scooters to charge them every single night. So after 9 o'clock, when the scooters are turned off, we have our folks go out and come and pick up the scooters. We also have a responsible growth program where our demand our supply is based off the demand that we see, and we share data with cities to determine what that looks like. And we also have a $1 revenue share program. So every scooter that operates per day, we share $1 back to the city per scooter to help encourage better and more smart infrastructure planning. As you've heard multiple times, our focus as a company is to provide a sustainable option that helps improve our clogged streets, helps get people out of the vehicles, and to and from their place of work, employment, home, and other things they might use it for.
All righty. Well, thank you very much. Would anyone else like to speak on this item?
Good evening, Council. My name is Max Johnson, and I am a resident of the Balboa Peninsula Point community. As we've heard quite a lot tonight about the scooters, they've arrived in many cities like LA, San Francisco, and Washington, with all the companies competing to offer the dockless and rechargeable vehicles. Bird has kind of been the leader in this pack, along with Spin and Lime Bike. We've already kind of discussed the premise of the startups of users can rent the scooters or bikes for about $1 plus 10 cents to 15 cents a minute to use for the so-called last mile transportation. And I think it's important to note that I didn't hear about tonight, or I didn't hear anyone discuss it. I don't know if it was discussed in the study session or not, that to recharge the scooters, the companies have chargers that are people who roam the streets looking to plug in the scooters at night, and they get paid $5 to $10 per scooter. So I think it's important to note that not only are we looking at these scooters being used by users, but also these people that will potentially pick up the scooters to charge them at night, that will kind of, I think, add into potential regulation or just concern overall. I think the problem that the cities have been facing have just been that they've been shocked to discover the dropping of all the scooters. So I think as I heard earlier too, and I agree with what was said, is the companies being, I think, just non-compliant with the usual avenues of getting city approval to set up shop. And since all the scooters are dockless, the riders, can just grab one and go a few blocks and leave it wherever they want, which can cause, commotion on the sidewalks and just all kind of mayhem. As was done in San Francisco and Santa Monica, the officials have been sending cease and desist notices and holding emergency meetings. So overall, my opinion is I think it would be great to just continue the discussion and involve more citizens in what their opinions and likes and dislikes. And I think looking at what Santa Monica decided to do, they decided to do a pilot program, and I thought that would potentially be a good idea for our city, such as what we did with the Balboa Peninsula Trolley. I mean, very different, but yet do maybe a pilot program for a year and see what ordinances maybe city staff can put together and see how well that will do. So I know I have 10 seconds left. I just wanted to kind of go over, and people can kind of look this up. But Santa Monica officials passed the emergency ordinance earlier this year to regulate the scooters. So they're ultimately requiring Bird and other companies to apply for a conditional vending permit. So it's a 16-month scooter pilot program that they slated to begin September 17th. And it goes a step further to require the scooter vendors to pay the city a $20,000 annual operator fee plus $130 a year for each of its scooters, and would initially cap the number of rental scooters in the city at 1,500. So in all, I just think it would be great to continue the discussion and hear what everyone has to say.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Are there any other people wanting to speak on this item? Come on up.
Good evening, council members. My name is Lori Preege. I just wanted to give a couple of observations. I've been in a lot of cities where they use the shared mobility devices, and one of the things that I've noticed almost everywhere I've gone is that they're always tipped over on the street or the sidewalk. So I totally see the ADA issue. But I was recently in South Lake Tahoe, and they have the Lime bikes. I'm not sure if they're the Lime scooters, but I was very impressed that everywhere I went, they were neatly parked off of the sidewalks in the grass. So I'm not sure what Lime is doing to get people in South Lake Tahoe to put them in the proper places, but it was very impressive. My other observation is that I saw a lot of children riding the scooters. Nobody had helmets. And I saw a lot of people doing a tandem ride, so two people on the scooter at one time. And of course, this is happening in the street. So I picture down on the peninsula with all of the traffic, it'll be very hazardous for people to be riding in the street tandem with no helmets. But I think if I was you guys and I was going to pick a company, I'd probably start with Lime and ask them what they're doing in South Lake Tahoe that makes it such a polite, I don't know the right way to say it, a polite parking situation, but it was very impressive. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, bring it back. Mr. Piotr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, quick question to staff. Do you feel like our existing rules and regulations will allow you to regulate them? If someone were to come in and apply for a permit, could you get to the point where, let's say we required the council to review the permit, can you put together a program that would be acceptable, or do we need to actually do a moratorium and then look at a pilot program and an ordinance that specifically addresses this?
So I don't think I did a very good job of kind of explaining, the existing code and the moratorium earlier. So let me try again. So our existing code basically bans the use of the public right-of-way for kind of commercial activities. So the model that is being used by Bird is already banned. Now a moratorium, similarly, is basically a ban. You adopt moratoriums when you want to ban something. So I think to the extent you're looking at an issue and how could we ban somebody from using the public right-of-way, I think that already is in existence. Moratoriums can be good, though, from the standpoint of you want to take time to study regulations, things of that nature.
Okay. So what our existing code bans it outright, and so even if they came to apply for a permit, it would not be allowed.
It bans the model that Bird uses. Now, I haven't fully analyzed all the different models that are out there and whether they could get some type of permit to work from a private location. I would imagine that you probably could, kind of like what they were saying with the rental bikes, the electric rental bikes. If somebody wanted to rent them from a private property and then drop them off on another private property and then abide by the laws as far as where they rode them, then that's probably a legal model. And now if you want to prohibit that...
And that's legal already today, and there's no permit required.
There may be some type of use permit or some other type of permit that's required, but if they applied for it, that would be something that would be, kind of routinely granted without maybe coming to the city council, maybe not, maybe it's just a planning commission approval. But that's a different situation than what we saw with what Bird did. If they wanted to use the public right-of-way for a commercial activity, that'd be currently banned.
Is there a permit process to allow anybody to use the public right-of-way for commercial purposes?
An encroachment permit.
We do that often through the encroachment agreement or encroachment permit. We let people use it for outdoor dining, other things. So we could expand upon that. To your question about are we in the position to craft a permit, I'm not quite sure. There's a lot of unknowns right now. When we met with Lime, they actually had some sample agreements they offered up to the cities. They've offered up to other cities. Some nice features in there we found was that they're willing to indemnify the city and hold us harmless. One of our big concerns about accidents and insurance and lawsuits. I'm not sure how that, again, Aaron's office hasn't looked at that, but on the surface it's nice. When you got into the question about geofencing and various areas, the technology isn't completely complete yet, as the Lime representative mentioned. They can tell people not to go into an area, but they can't shut it off. So their phone's ringing saying, don't drive here, but they're just going through it. I don't know if we can control that. The other side of this is probably the enforcement side, and I think the police chief might have some questions. We had a lot of questions. How are we going to enforce this? They're talking about a technology now where they have to show your license to the app that now tells you can ride. Doesn't mean you have a helmet on your head. Not too many people are walking around with a helmet when they jump on these things. So we could have some enforcement problems that I don't know how we'd permit around that. It would have to be probably just hard enforcement on that.
So we have an encroachment permit process. The encroachment permit process actually comes to the council, right?
Not necessarily, but it could.
It could. You could say that it could.
So if they came in with a program and a proposal and asked for an encroachment permit, you guys would evaluate it and decide, yes, it's worth presenting to the council, or no, we're going to reject it outright, and they can appeal to the council. But there's already a system in place. So if we do the do nothing route other than say any encroachment permit that is applied for by them actually has to be approved by us, that would be adequate, and we'd leave it open to them, and in the meantime, they're banned.
That makes sense to me, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you're talking an encroachment permit, route is probably, to be hundreds of locations, I would imagine, because then it's more of a point-to-point.
Yeah, and again, I don't want to work at Aaron's office as the encroachment permit the right vehicle. You might, because it's citywide, it might even be a franchise or some other mechanism that you're collecting rent, making sure the business license is in place, holding them accountable for various rules.
So without us doing anything, they're banned, and then it would leave it up to them to come up with a proposal that you would find worthy to bring back to the council, whether it's through an encroachment permits process or franchise agreement.
Well, and I don't know if they're banned. As I said, I think if, for instance, an 18-year-old got in a scooter in Costa Mesa and wanted to go down to TK Burger, he drove it down there and parked the...
And just like a rental bike, right? If they started on private property and ended on private property, that's okay.
Correct.
So in that respect, but to do the undocked version and use public property to do it, that's not allowed.
We put them on notice on that, and we'd pick them up.
And one thing we could do, we could go back and verify to make sure that, some type of encroachment permit process that involved multiple locations, that does come back to the city council. We could bring that back to you to make sure that, to the extent it doesn't do it already, we can make sure that it does and amend the policy if necessary.
Well, my motion would be that we do nothing, with the exception that if something were to come up later, that whatever the approval process is, it would definitely have to come back to us.
And if I could just add a little more to the conversation, I do know they mentioned there's a pilot program now going on in Santa Monica. The Lime representatives told us they just started a pilot program in Long Beach where they're working on docking areas, I guess, and incentives for people to park there. So it might be worth monitoring these again before we step in. There's a lot of unknowns for us, but just to let you know that there are some programs out there to watch.
Or waiting for them to work out the details before we entertain them. So if we don't need a motion at all, but my motion would be that basically the only thing we do is indicate to staff that we are going to be the ultimate approval body. And we don't probably need to do anything. They can just take the understanding with them. It's a matter of whether you want to make it official or not.
I'll second for purpose of discussion, and suggest that perhaps it actually would make more sense for it to go through Planning Commission, given they deal with encroachment permits constantly, and if they made a decision that any person on council did not like, there's always the automatic appeal process that the council can do for free.
I'm okay with that.
Sorry.
I'll modify my motion accordingly.
Is that okay, Aaron?
What I think you meant was to say was call for review as opposed to appeal. There's a difference in there's different
You're
fee
right.
structure.
Well, and that's not part of the motion anyway.
Yeah,
But yeah,
I
fair
know.
enough. Yeah, and I'll just explain for a second because I don't. It's got to be the lawyer in me who's saying this right now. But there is a massive difference between a moratorium and just letting things sit, because if there is a possibility, and I don't know how honestly there is a possibility with the business model they've got, but if there is a possibility that a company can adequately comply with our laws, I don't think it's appropriate for us to tell them they cannot even try to get a permit if they comply with our laws. If, on the other hand, we decided that we wanted to just straight up ban them and never allow any of this to ever come into our city, we'd have to modify our laws, I think, as part of the moratorium. So I don't think I don't think we can just simply put a moratorium on this and not change our laws. I think that if we're going to engage in a moratorium, we'd also have to probably convene some kind of subcommittee or direct the Planning Commission to create their own process, come up with a process that can then come back to the city council. But I don't really want to do that either, because if we do that, then I think we're trying to guess where that curve is and get ahead of it. And I'd rather put the onus, frankly, on the business community to look at our laws and figure out how to comply with them. And if they can't, then they don't get a permit. If they can, then let's see them explain it to Planning Commission. But that's why I want to just explain that nuance, because I think that there is a difference between doing nothing and putting a moratorium. I don't really support I don't support a moratorium where a company could, in theory, comply with the existing laws if we're not planning on changing those existing laws.
And pardon me,
and that's my intent, by the way.
Understood.
In your motion, just to clarify, so staff knows, because we do have 3 folks that have approached us to start working on an agreement with them. Is it council's intent to wait and watch, or would you like staff to start working with these folks to come up with some amenable agreement that we might run through the process?
And when you say amenable agreement, are you saying they would comply with absolutely every law on our books? Because I think that's probably what we're telling you. If they can comply with every law in their books, then bring that agreement/permit process, which is going to be awfully difficult to do, and I recognize the staff time that this would require, but this is part of the process of being a city, and it's part of a process of making sure that we're complying with the laws that we've created in a generally applicable situation. And I think that that's the appropriate thing to do in this case. So if you're asking, what I hear you asking is, should we keep talking? Yeah, you should keep, assuming that this motion passes, yes, you should keep talking, but with the understanding and expectation that if any part of what they're even proposing doesn't comply with the existing laws, then there would be no reason for us to issue a permit.
Did you understand that answer? Was that a yes or no answer for you?
I think
that was
I
for an
understand.
attorney answer.
Okay. And again, I appreciate that. Some of our laws are, for instance, a scooter's laying down, but it's not an ADA violation. Is there a law to say we can't lay on the side? There's some gray areas in our law that I don't know how to cover. So
right now they're not allowed to encroach on our public property
unless they have a permit. So
you can put whatever regulations you want if you think they can be maintained.
Mr. Piotr,
I'm sorry.
Let's stay in order here.
Okay.
I think it was my turn to talk, and Will jumped into my turn.
Okay. You got your point across, I think.
All right.
Councilwoman Dixon.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay. I think just to kind of move this forward, I agree with what the Mayor Pro Tem has said, and perhaps Mr. Piotr, that wherever the existing laws of the city are, if someone can jump through every single one of those hoops with no exceptions, no variances, no special conditions, then we must allow it, perhaps. What I would like to suggest, because I'm going to see, looking at Dave here, there are so many different permutations of how this could somebody come back with an adjustment to this. I really am reluctant to see staff with all you've got to do just in your normal course of business, dealing with our capital projects and all the things that we're doing, to get bogged down with all these different ways to look at this and examine our code. The moratorium I envision in my mind is, just as Mr. O'Neill has said, if it's a business that complies with no exceptions, no variances, no special considerations, no conditions, then who are we to say that they don't comply? They comply. But the moratorium is not to explore any change or permutation to our existing code for 6 months until some of this shakes out. So you don't spend, our staff, our limited staff doesn't spend their precious time trying to figure all this out. Let's see what other cities have done. Like Santa Monica is already ahead of the curve. We could learn from there on some of their conditions, their permit pricing, $20,000 operating fee. That sounds pretty interesting. Cap the scooters at some number. Let other cities give us a framework. And wait 6 months, perhaps. I'm just suggesting 6 months. It could be 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, 12 months. Let other cities establish a framework, other cities that have larger staffs and have their experience, and we'll operate within our existing framework for 12 months and see where we are. Maybe that's a friendly amendment to your motion, Mr. Piotr.
And just briefly, just to add on to kind of the conversation, there are some mandatory, because I know this council's never adopted a moratorium, so I just want to kind of go through some of the things that are required. If you do adopt a moratorium, typically, I think that you look at it again in 45 days, and you can extend it. It can ultimately be extended up to 2 years. There are some mandatory reporting requirements that you have to do as far as looking at a moratorium, that where staff comes back with reports. So there are pieces to it that I just want to make sure you're aware of.
With another name. I mean, it doesn't have to be a legal moratorium. It's just a hiatus, a deferment, just some term that we could just wait and see.
Mr. Avery.
Right now, if I want to open up a bike shop on the peninsula, I can, right? We don't have a limit to who. We just let the market figure out how many operators there can be.
Basically, you got to get a business license, apply to city zoning code, but you could open a business.
Ostensibly, these 3 scooter operators could be, by next year, we get it all set up, they could be up and running. And there would just be as many scooters as they would want to have in the city, right? How would we cap it? We say, well, we don't want more than 2,000 scooters, you know. We just let that, that's the way you should, is let the business just determine what, you know, how many they can rent, right? Because we don't limit the number of bicycles that are rented or the number of Duffies that are rented. And everybody thinks the harbor's too crowded with Duffies, but
that's one of those areas that might be.
Should have a cap.
It's one of those gray
I already
areas
told that. I already said that. We're removing them now.
So just,
I'm sure there's a saturation point where there's enough
but the
riders
free
to
market
use
would
them, but I don't
determine
know what
that,
that
not
number
us.
is.
Right. Have we ever capped anything like that?
Not to my knowledge.
Right, we just let the market do it, yeah. So we could have quite a few scooters around for a while if we get down the road here.
I wanted to make a quick comment. So this geomap, just so you know, there must be a hardware hiccup or something, software, because the golf cart that I use, where I play golf, won't, and I go into the rough a lot, won't let me go into the rough. It stops the cart. It's an electric cart. It's got a geofence on it, and it really works. So
technology exists.
we're already here with that. So they just have to incorporate it. It definitely works. I'm a living proof of it. So we have do we have I don't know where we stand with your motion. You got a lot of different. Okay. Does anybody want to make an attempt?
It'd be good to reiterate it.
Reiterate
one more time.
it.
Maybe City Clerk Brown.
Can you try?
The motion is to take no action unless something comes up, then it would go back to the Planning Commission, not to council, and then council can call up a review, which is not part of the motion.
And to be clear, when you say something comes up, it's approval of a motion, or a permit.
Approval of a permitting that has gone through staff and it complies with all the laws as currently on the books.
Right.
Okay. Let's vote.
With Councilmember Dixon voting no, the motion carries 5-1.
Madam Clerk?
Turn the page one moment. Motion for reconsideration. A motion to reconsider the vote on any action taken by the City Council at either this meeting or the previous meeting may be made only by one of the council members who voted with the prevailing side.
Are there any motions for reconsideration? Seeing none, we have to go back to closed session.
Oh, but before we adjourn.
Before we adjourn, but
just briefly, we'll be going back into closed session for agenda. Oh, sorry to interrupt.
well, we wanted to.
Go do the adjournments now.
In memory of, should we do that now? Yes. Councilwoman Dixon, please.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Yes, I'd like to adjourn today's meeting in memory of longtime Newport Beach resident Thomas Larkin, who passed away on July 29th. Born in Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania, Tom and his family moved to Newport Beach from Los Angeles in the mid-'80s. Tom went on to make a difference in countless lives as a philanthropist and civic leader in our community. Tom was a strong believer in education as a foundation to success and believed that everyone deserved a good one. He served as a trustee of his alma mater, the University of Notre Dame, and Loyola Marymount University, Mount St. Mary's University, and Harvard Westlake School. He was also involved with the Alliance for Catholic Education at Notre Dame. Tom was equally passionate about health care and served as a member of the Board of Directors of LA Orthopedic Hospital, as chairman of the Board of Trustees of the Heart and Lung Surgery Foundation, and as a member of the Board of Children's Hospital of Los Angeles. Tom and his wife, Margaret, who were also generous benefactors of Hoag Hospital in Newport Beach. Among his civic contributions, Tom served on the board of Los Angeles County Music Center and as a trustee of the Segerstrom Center for the Arts. He He was a dedicated Catholic and served on various church boards, councils, and committees in the Southern California region. Professionally, Tom was a leader in the investment industry, serving as Trust Company of the West vice chairman and transforming that company into a global giant over 3 decades. He also served as a lieutenant in the U.S. Army. He was known to his friends and family as an avid deep-sea fisherman, a crossword puzzle master, and a supporter of all things Notre Dame football. He had a truly special enthusiasm for his family and friends until the end. He brought his notable intelligence and unique sense of humor to everything he did, and when he believed in something, he fought for it. Over his lifetime, he generously supported causes that moved him. He was predeceased by Margaret, his wife of 38 years, last August. He is survived by his son, Thomas E. Larkin III, and his grandson, Thomas E. Larkin IV, daughter-in-law, Margaret, and his sister. And his services for him will be this Friday at 11 a.m. in Los Angeles at St. Brendan Catholic Church. Thank you. We miss Tom.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Newport Beach resident Gregory John Brostek passed away on July 30th. Greg was born and raised in Syracuse, New York, attended Clarkson University on a full scholarship for basketball, and went on to attend SUNY Albany, where he earned an MBA. Greg spent the majority of his career working in the finance division of the aerospace industry. He had recently retired as the vice president of finance for Meggitt. Greg loved family, faith, basketball, and history. He was a devoted father and husband who loved their family vacations and travels, a dedicated Christian who served his church community, an avid LA Lakers, Cal football, and Syracuse Orange basketball fan, and a lifelong student of biblical, ancient, and contemporary history. Greg is survived by his wife, Debbie, who many of you know as the Newport Harbor High School Mentor Program leader, son Gregory, daughter Jessica, and her husband, Chris Maciel, and extended family and many friends. And I'll just note, I attended his memorial last Monday, and then his daughter's wedding on Saturday. As you can imagine, it was an interesting mix to celebrate his life and then celebrate his daughter's wedding, and he was sorely missed on Saturday. In lieu of flowers, memorial donations may be made to Cure Duchesne, a charity close to Greg's heart.
All right, thank you. Aaron, can I officially adjourn this, or do we have
So we won't actually adjourn at this point. We'll
come back.
Going into recess. The city council is going to go talk about closed session item number 4C, which was meeting with labor negotiator Dave Kiff and Barbara Salvini, the human resources director, to discuss labor negotiations with all the unions that are listed under the agenda item number 4C. The council will come back out after they meet about that and make any type of closed session announcement that they need to, and then the meeting will be adjourned.
All right, we'll go to closed session. Thank you.
The hell is that?
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Closed session report, Mr.
Thank you, Mayor Duffield. There's no closed session report this evening.
All right, then we are adjourned.
Dave, do you have any last words or anything you want?